Hello, welcome to Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation, our 5th edition D&D campaign. We live stream our games nearly every Sunday at 4 p.m. here on Twitch, and you can catch up weekly sessions on YouTube, youtube.com/pinwarp. My name is Corey, or Pinwarp2. I'll be running the game as DM, and I'm joined by my players, Andre playing Aelin, the ASMR Monk, Liz playing Archie, ASMR Wizard, Brad playing Baz, Loxodon Fighter, Ryan playing Blackwind, Half-Orc Ranger, and John playing Jonah, Gnome Artificer. And we are on episode number 6.
Oh, so exciting.
It is exciting. Last time on Magic Mythal, you guys did a whole bunch of stuff in the city, wandered around, talked to some people, picked up yet more leads and quests, decided that you're going to, as one of your first forays outside of the city, you went to Undril Silverhand, the half-orc member of the Order of the Gilded Eye, priestess of Torm, staying at Kyra's House of Repose, and decided to join, or not join, but allow her to join an expedition out to Camp Righteous down the River Star. To this end, you pooled your resources, and she went, and during the last day, she was arranging for the purchase of some canoes. As well, you decided that as a guide, you were going to bring Salida, who you had met just a day or two ago in the city a couple times, staying at the Thundering Lizard. And so the adventuring party would be a group of 7, it seems. But you had some business to take care of in the city, so the plan was you were going to leave 2 days hence, because the following day you had a lead that was given to you by Clevin Van Sharon, who had you talk with a man out in the old city named Pockmarked Poe, who got a lead on another piece of this strange artifact that you had found in the smuggler's tunnels. In fact, he believes that the prize that's been given out for an event at the Colosseum by one of the merchant princes, Coyote, which includes a purse of gold, but also a necklace known as the Oracle's Eye that has a kind of a silver clasp with a orange gem in it. Poe is interested in the gem, but he believes that the clasp itself may be another one of these artifacts. So he asked that since he had procured a spot in the upcoming competition, that you guys go in under the guise of a team known as the Blade Fangs, and you agreed. So you went off to, after a dinner. You guys had a dinner? Baz made you guys, I think it was another dinner, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
After
it was was it the chicken con?
Yeah.
Something,
Mm-hmm.
something like that.
Yeah. And after the next day, you went to the Colosseum, where you participated in the first round of the competition, which was a dinosaur race around the interior of the arena through an obstacle course against a team of quadruplet elven riders known as the Green Vipers, who you had a fierce race with, but Blackwind ended up taking the lead position and winning the race. And you had just retired back to the locker rooms to rest up and await the next leg of the competition. Also, Archie and Aelin had went off to the dye works to pick up some supplies, or to try to get it, and they had met a man named Omala who worked there, who was apparently in trouble due to a large debt that he made buying some illegal fruit that he used to make blue dye called dancing monkey fruit. Apparently it has hallucinogenic properties, and when put in dye, people who wore the robes ended up having, well, a bad trip. But he sold it all, and now he's expected to pay back all the money. Unfortunately, he has spent it all already, so he is kind of marked right now, and fears for his life. So he begged and pleaded you to do something to help him on his behalf, and you kind of reluctantly agreed. Not quite sure exactly what you can do, but he asked if at all possible you could intercede on his behalf with the merchant prince who he owes the money to see if there's some sort of leniency to be had, which just so happens to be Coyote. Did I miss anything?
So we better not fuck it up.
I think I missed anything. I think that was. Oh, you went to the dinosaur pens as well, where you
learned about dinosaurs.
Learned about dinosaurs and learned about what needs to be done if you want to keep that raptor egg and hatch it, assuming that that comes to fruition.
We also went to Executioner's Row.
Ah, yes, yeah, in the old city, Executioner's Row, and watched a man named Draza get eaten by raptors for stealing at the jewel market. A grim reminder of the harsh punishments that await ne'er-do-wells in the Port Nanzaro.
Zendala's left.
Yes, well, yeah, you don't know if she's left the city, but she definitely checked out of Kyra's House of Repose. Perhaps as a result of you freaking her out earlier in the day? Or perhaps by pure coincidence. Yeah, so here you are, in the locker room.
Resting.
Is our stuff still there?
Yeah, it's all safe and secure in the locked lockers. And yeah, you've got, from what you understand, you've got maybe a couple hours to kill. Not really enough time to leave the arena or the Coliseum, but at least enough time to kind of catch your breath, clean up a bit, have some refreshments and some lunch. And there you are, the 5 of you in the room, alone at the moment.
Well, that was fun.
Oh,
Yeah, congratulations, Blackman.
wow.
This was well played by us. And it was very fun. It was lots of fun.
I've
The wind in my face.
it's been so long since I felt that alive. Wow. I could really get used to dinosaur riding.
Yeah.
I didn't. I got knocked off. It kind of hurt.
Well, yeah, but don't fall off.
I got knocked off. I didn't fall over. You got a toddler.
I yelled at a dinosaur and scared it. That's my highlight. I intimidated a dinosaur.
Knocked off.
Well, either that or I really just hurt its eardrum or whatever when I yelled right in its ear.
You just got punched off a dinosaur.
But,
Well, that may be, but you still contributed, and
oh yeah.
When you get knocked off your dinosaur, it just allows you to get back up again.
We worked good as a team on this.
If it wasn't, I guess it is now.
We all did our part in some way or another in that race, so I think we worked rather well. So
I'll be honest, I'd love to do it again.
I guess I was a distraction.
we're just going to focus on that for the entire campaign.
That's
Get this job done so we can dino race again.
professional dino racers.
Yeah.
Or he's like, what have I done?
God, I put something in the players liked. Damn it.
they want to interact with this system I've put in.
As you're cleaning up and having some, there's pictures of cool water and fruit and stuff laid out on the table when you're in the locker room for you, and just as you're like kind of relaxing a little bit, there is a rap on the door.
Is this like our own personal locker room, or is it like an open?
No, it's your
Wait.
own. It's for your team.
It's not a green room situation where all the teams are sort of mingling and chatting.
I only want red M&Ms.
Nope, this seems to be your place to prepare and keep your stuff and have some snacks in between the event.
So knock at the door.
I'll open the door.
I'm just sitting
Explosive runes. Should have checked the traps. No,
Don't let me open doors. It sets me off.
Blackwood kicks the door down. Hurrah!
That adrenaline.
On the other side of the door, there is a Chalton woman. She looks to be in her maybe late 20s, early 30s, somewhere around there. She has her hair kind of tied back in kind of a ponytail, but she does have like a couple strands of kind of long braided hair hanging down on the left side of her face. And she's wearing kind of what you could be described as like adventuring gear. She's got kind of like light leather armors. She has some weapons. Would look to be kind of like sickle-like blades hanging from her belt. And when you open the door, she kind of actually. So who opened the door?
Baz.
So she looks up and she says, "Ah, I do have the right room." And
Hello. Yes.
and
Hi.
she nods and she says, "A mutual acquaintance of ours asked me to check in on you. Terenbril?"
What the fuck is that?
Terenbril.
Oh, isn't that who we're supposed to be signed up under?
Hold on.
The Blade Fang.
Yes,
Vocal
yes,
Merchant
yes.
Tremble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is-
Glenborough is sponsoring our team.
I would say, well, tell our mutual friend that we're doing well and excited to
Move on.
continue into in the competition.
It's like, great. Perhaps we could discuss this in the room.
Oh, yes. I assumed that I had let her in.
Okay. She's still standing in the doorway.
No.
She comes in and
You are like another door.
and she kind of walks over and pours herself like a glass of water. Drinks it. She's like, "Oh, it's a hot day out there. Can't imagine racing in this, but you did quite well." And she turns and she's like, "I'm Narissa. Poe sent me."
Oh,
Pleasure to meet you, Carissa.
she wasn't one of the two that was at Poe's place, was she?
No. You
No,
haven't.
okay.
You haven't met. That's as far as you know. You haven't met her before. And one feature I did not mention, which I meant to when I was describing her. Unusually for a Chalton woman, she has kind of bright green eyes.
Oh.
Most Chaltons have brown or dark eyes. She says, "Well, you made a very fine showing in the race." And she turns to Blackwind. She says, "Taking first place, congratulations." And then she kind of like looks at you and she says, "I don't mean to be rude at all, but I watched your form out there. I assumed that it was more luck than anything. None of you seemed very comfortable on those mounts.
It's new.
It's all the same. I just
Otherwise, the race would be mounted.
Do most people here know how to ride dinosaurs?
She shrugs. She's like, well, those who enter games and such, typically it's within their skill set. I know here it was a bit of a surprise what kind of race there actually was going to be. We didn't know, and I wish we could have given you warning that it would be a mounted race. But nevertheless, most people who compete at the arena do have some rudimentary knowledge of mounted races, as they are not uncommon in the city. But you did a fine showing regardless, so that's good to see. It looks like we're well on our way to claiming the prize.
I guess we now have a rudimentary knowledge of racing dinosaurs.
Yeah, I'm
I just-
ready. I'm ready to jump on another one right now. I love it.
if the animal does not listen, I make it listen.
Is the fight gonna be on top of dinosaurs too?
She's like, well, I've managed to get a bit of inside information on your competition, and she's like, I mean, assuming you don't mind a little bit of inside knowledge before the fight.
Oh, of course.
I-
It's all good. Sure. Unless it's against the rules.
He's like, well, I'm not aware of any rules in that regard.
I mean, we're just in the room here. If you happen to want to just talk, I mean, what?
She's like, exactly. She says, well, it seems, although it's not 100%, narrowed it down to 2 possible teams that you'll be competing against for the grand prize in the arena, depending on who wins their qualifying round. But yeah, the one team is a group of Tabaxi. They are, from what I can tell, sponsored by Ifan, one of the merchant princes in the city. There's 4 of them, and they don't seem to be... well, they haven't competed in any of the gladiatorial arenas, so I don't believe there'll be too much of a challenge. And you'll outnumber them by 1, so that'll be good. I don't know. Usually when that happens, the judges or the referees will put some sort of handicap measure in, but that, unfortunately, I don't know what they would possibly do, but you could expect something to give them a bit of a leg up on you. But they're all kind of light armored kind of skirmisher types, so I don't imagine you'll have too much difficulty with them. The other possibility is a Kenku by the name of Slicer. Now, he has competed within gladiatorial games and is a skilled combatant, and he will be entering with 4 trained velociraptors in tow. So you'll be on even keel, but you'll be fighting beasts. In that regard, I think that it may be slightly more dangerous. What I will tell you, if you've not fought raptors before, velociraptors tend to focus on one target using hit-and-run tactics, and using their numbers to their advantage against a singular foe, downing one before moving on to the other. So expect one of you to be swarmed by the raptors. Slicer, more than likely, he will attempt to go for and he looks pointedly at Archie, weaker-looking members of the party, and he looks down at Jonah, or she looks down at Jonah. She's like, no offense to either of you, but he won't want to tangle with the likes of these 3, pointing to the other 3 of you.
Archie raises her hand and just waits to be called upon.
She's like, yes, you don't have to raise your hand.
If we're fighting beasts, am I allowed to kill them?
She nods. She's like, there's no explicit rules against the slaying of beasts in the arena. However, the raptors are trained not to kill.
Okay, so not very sportsmanlike.
Yeah.
One other, I don't know if you can answer the question or if I have to ask. They said, no elemental magic that kills people, right?
She
Am I
nods. She's like, yeah. Anything that basically it's you're looking at non-lethal. You definitely can't kill Slicer, or that will be frowned upon
Right.
immensely.
Am I allowed to use defensive magic that doesn't necessarily hurt somebody, but just helps me?
She's like, yeah. As long as it doesn't take you outside the confines of the arena, any in defensive magic or any sort of non-lethal options you may have magic-wise are acceptable. From my understanding of the rules, anyways.
Cool. I immediately cast Mage Armor on myself.
Okay. And golden sand swirl around our jeans, kind of settle in.
How certain are we that the Raptors are going to be able to be called off the attack, though? Like, we've seen them, and they, trained or not, they seem to kind of
To be fair, we saw ones that
naturally. I
Yeah,
just don't know about. They might be trained, but
well, but I mean, this is the rules of this area, of this competition, right? So if they weren't sure that they couldn't be called off, the Slicer guy would get in a lot of trouble for that because it's supposed to be non-kill.
Yeah,
So
she nods. And she's like,
I mean,
indeed, Slicer would be disqualified should his Raptors, well, heaven forbid, if his Raptors get out of control and kill one of you, that definitely would disqualify his team. So Slicer is a known combatant, and I can say with certainty that he is adept at handling combat animals in the arena. He's done so in the past. So that's not to say that Raptors couldn't. Yes, there's a possibility they are wild. There are animals, trained or not. Perhaps they could. There's always a chance that something goes wrong, but
if we take Slicer down and the Raptors are still up, are they going to keep fighting? Does he is that something we should prioritize?
like, if he gets knocked out or something.
yeah.
he's like, well, he obviously if you take him out, he wouldn't be able to command them. But the Raptors are trained to fight even in the absence of their master, if need be. So I would expect you would need to defeat all of them.
Yeah.
Or not knock them out and get them to call them off.
Is Slicer primarily ranged or close?
She's like, from his fighting style, I have seen him use ranged weapons, but not in non-lethal matches. He is fairly skilled with throwing daggers, but I don't imagine he'd be using those in a non-lethal match. I would expect him to. He tends to fight with dual weapons in melee. But he's quite small and agile, but don't let his size fool you. He is fairly skilled.
Okay. So we're saying Raptor's gonna swarm somebody weak and he's gonna go after somebody weak? Was that the
No, the Raptors are going to swarm one person, not
Yeah.
probably one of us, the bigger ones.
Yeah, he says that I would expect that he would send the Raptors after one of the stronger looking combatants. Points at Baz or Blackwind.
and then he goes after the weak. I see, okay.
Yeah, while they're distracted and can't defend their allies, he would try to circle around. There may, like I said, I don't know the specifics of the arena. As you saw in the race, the organizers sometimes tend to throw in some wild cards and environmental obstacles, that kind of thing. I don't know if the arena will have anything like that, but those are the two options that you may come across: either Slicer and his Raptors or the Fort Tabaxi. One or the other. I expect the Tabaxi are less likely, but if you do get them, easier for you to deal with.
Are they quadruplets too?
He's like, or she's like, quadruplets? No. I mean, they could be of the same litter. I'm not sure if they're related, but they don't look the same. Different colorings and that kind of thing.
And I'm sorry, I must have missed out. No ranged because we're going non-lethal. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, it's hard to make non-lethal arrows unless you want them. But even still, that would probably be.
Yeah,
Quite painful.
basically, if the judges watching deem that you're attempting to kill your opponents, whether that be through elemental or spells or what have you, as long as, but there's no rules against ranged attacks. No.
Maybe you lead with those and then bring it close when starts to wind down.
Yeah, there's just no controlling them in power.
Yeah, my now, I mean, I don't know if this is an actual rule, but I would say that ranged attacks, like from ranged weapons, like things like crossbows and bows, I don't believe you can make those non-lethal. Like, how could you? Like, unless you're using boxing glove arrows or something.
For like limbs, right?
Yeah,
That would be
but even so, it wouldn't be non-lethal damage. If you brought someone to 0 by shooting them in the arm with an arrow, like they'd be bleeding out on the ground if they hit 0, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't make that last hit non-lethal. You can't specify this as non-lethal. Like, it's going to hit them and
non-lethal
pierce
has
them.
has to be a melee attack.
Yeah.
We should. I think even if this is also sort of happening in character, or is this more of a meta conversation
Partly meta.
about non-lethality?
I mean, I assume they're talking. We're talking with meta terms, but conversation's happening in character as well. Just however that I would actually speak. Go.
There are non-lethal weapons,
there's no way to
like
that.
nets. I have my bolas. I pull up my bolas. They are quite effective.
I mean, from a meta standpoint too, there's nothing to say that you might not be able to invent something that lets you do non-lethal at range.
Yeah.
Yeah. In my opinion,
it's only melee
Jonah
attacks.
would be interested by that idea.
could you I don't know. This is a out of character question for the players. Do you guys think it's reasonable that ranged bludgeoning damage could be specified non-lethal, perhaps with disadvantage on the attack?
I would say yes.
Like slings, I would no, because you're fucking winging those things at, like. Well, I guess it depends. I think you could probably argue it.
Well,
but
honestly,
when you're using a sling, like you're fucking winging that thing around. There's
but that's hence the disadvantage. You're kind of pulling the blow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
what other ranged weapons are bludgeoning?
My bolas.
It's one of the main reasons I asked.
Damage, though?
Bolas,
do damage.
They do a little bit of bludgeoning damage because they're like heavy rocks on
or weights.
Or weights, yeah.
There's nets.
Yeah, nets don't do damage.
Nets don't do damage though.
No, they don't. But
I think you could
damage. Then he could, like, Jonah could potentially make something that he could fire from, a crossbow or something that does bludgeoning that isn't pointed, it's not tipped,
Right, you could go the rubber bullet route, or
the rubber bullet, the boxing glove arrow.
Exactly.
Or
I think that's fair.
Lightning
damage,
ball
bearings,
taser,
like a taser, yeah.
Actually, you know what? I kind of like that. Lightning damage being able to be.
Okay, so in a meta sort of sense, Jonah is a route that Jonah would like to pursue.
Okay.
With spells, you could also like force damage that like pushes into like a wall or something that does like something like that. Could be considered non-lethal.
Or poison. Or poison damage, like, but not lethal poison, but just like upset tummy. Like poison, like
diarrhea.
Different ways you could
or sleep poison
like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I would say when it comes to spells, if you're trying, again, similar to ranged attacks, I would say that
advantage.
You would have disadvantage on the attack roll, or they would have advantage on the saving throw, depending on what type of spell it is. If you're trying to do it non-lethally, because basically you're pulling the punch of like the lightning damage, so that it should be easier for them to resist as well, right?
No, totally.
You're improvising a new aspect of your spell.
Yeah.
It might.
Or maybe you interact with the environment. You do an environmental type.
Yeah.
Like a thunder wave on the ground, but not on them to trip them up.
Yeah.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I use my mage hand to throw sand in somebody's face?
Pocket sand.
Can I do that?
No. Mage hand specifies it can't be used to make an attack of any type. Yeah, the spell description actually says that it cannot be used to attack, and I would say sand in the eyes would be considered an attack.
It'd be weird trying to imagine trying to like aim with another hand. Like, that's not a part. That'd be weird.
I want to prepare a little pouch so that when we go into the arena area, if there's sand, I'm going to scoop some up so I can have pocket sand.
Sure. Yeah, the arena, by the way, you guys can take whatever equipment you want with you into the arena. Yeah, there's no rules against weapons or armor, equipment, or anything. Like, whatever you want to take in with you is up to you.
Do they have a equipment room?
So that means I could do a non-lethal...
No, whatever you're bringing in, you'd be bringing yourselves. The only thing they provided you, which you could bring with you, because you still have them technically, is the riding poles, which essentially are quarterstaffs.
Yeah, I've got my own quarterstaff that I'm just like holding.
I got mine with a pointy end on it, in case. And my balls.
Guys, I don't think I'm going to be very useful in this fight.
I mean, remember, you can always take the help action.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying.
If you're dodging.
In terms of my magic, I can't do much, and physically, I'm average with my staff.
I think you'll do just fine. But if you're feeling, maybe a bit afraid, just stick close.
I mean, I never said afraid.
I mean, if you think that you're going to fail, don't worry. We'll be there to whether you don't.
My concern is that I'm going to get knocked out real fast.
Well, let's talk about that. I think it makes sense to have you and Jonah together while the three of us, Baz and Blackwind, kind of try and form a defensive line for whatever comes to us. That way you're kept out of reach and you can do things from a distance or move in and move out. But we could try and hold that line.
I think I would make great bait.
Well, that's kind of what I was kind of thinking.
We'll tie Jonah onto a stick and dangle him from a stick.
I think I am going to be extra fast today.
Oh, that's cool.
And
are we?
I have these, and I take out my 2 bags of caltrops. 2 bags of ball bear.
Right.
Nice.
So I guess I'm like, are we thinking like sticking together closely, like balled up sort of thing, like back to back?
Well, it depends where they're coming from. If they're coming from across the way, then we can just form a line in between. But if they start surrounding us, then yeah, we should try and pull in and try and cover from all sides.
There's possibly other factors that are going to come into this. I'm sure they're going to spice it up. They did the last one. So.
Sure, I'm just trying to get some idea of how we could potentially be
ready for anything.
Yeah.
Be like the grass, a leaf in the wind. I'm a leaf in the wind.
I can't take a hit. One punch and I will probably be knocked out. That happened at school once and I went down real fast.
Do what we did growing up. When somebody hit you, you hit the fist with your face and then you break their fist.
Oh.
I will give you the secret weapon, and I will hand Archie the rain catcher.
Seeing what you did with it, she will take that gratefully.
Nerissa kind of moves towards the door, and she's like, "Well, I will leave you to your tactical planning. You still have a little bit before the match. I wish you the best." Mm-hmm.
Do you have any last minute tips? You've lived here, you know this sort of thing. Any?
She's like, just stay aware of your surroundings, and I'm sure you'll do just fine. You seem to improvise quite well in the race, so I've heard that you're fairly adept at combat, and you seem like you can take care of yourself. So don't worry about it. First time jitters in the arena are always to be expected. She says, "Oh, also, by the way, the gem, the Oracle Eye, part of the prize. I would be willing to. I'm interested in acquiring it myself, so think on it. But I would offer you 30 gold pieces for it. Should you have no use of it later."
Instead of giving it to Poe.
She's like, "Yes, I have another interested party that would be interested in it."
And how much are you selling it to them for?
She smiles and she's like, I'm not selling it at all. I'm purchasing it on their behalf.
We'll consider it.
She's like, "Great. Well, I'll leave you to it." And she kind of nods and she says, "Again, best of luck. May Abtao watch over you." And she leaves the room.
Thanks.
Bye. Thanks for the advice. So go immediately and talk to the other 3 teams.
Yeah, maybe my hunting trap will come in handy in this.
Does it do lethal damage?
It does, 1d4. And then 1 for every time you try to break free of it if you get caught by it.
You also need enough time to set it up.
It says an action.
Is it a single action?
Oh. Yeah, it's just you just have to spread it apart.
Oh, it's one of those. I thought it was like
and then it's got a heavy weight on the end of it too.
If you're not being careful though, you might trap yourself.
Yeah.
Don't, damn it.
So yeah, you guys got about an hour. Is there anything you do within this hour? Like I said, you kind of confined to your locker room until you're ready till they come get you. But
I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling really leveled up and ready for this fight.
If only we had time to have a nice long sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think I'm just going to. I'll grab my hunting trap. Maybe it'll come in handy.
I am munching on the free food. And speaking of food.
Jonah's got a good point though, and I'll hold up my bag of caltrops. I don't know if anybody else wants to use these, since I'm probably going to be pretty occupied.
Well, if it's like sand, is it gonna do anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hurt to step on.
Sure. How do I use them?
I also have these. Hold up the ball bearings.
You spread a bag to cover a square that is 5 feet on a side. And it keeps your dex, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So
just basically just throw them out in front of me or beside me or whatever?
Yeah, wherever they're coming from.
Or if you're running away, behind you.
Okay.
But if we're doing a defensive circle, might be great to throw those out in front.
Okay.
Yeah, either fight. I can't see it just being. There's going to be something else added. I just have a feeling.
Yeah.
Well,
this is about entertainment value, and a wild card is way more entertaining than just a normal fight.
I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe we're the wild card, Blackwind.
I am wild thing.
We should all keep an eye out.
Oh,
I know we want to concentrate on what's at hand, but what do you guys want to do if we win? Are you going to take up Narissa's offer?
I mean,
I don't see why we would. I guess it gets us a bit more money, but
It gets us more money, but we've already made an accord with.
that's what I say.
Yeah,
We've
so that brings up the second point. Are we going to tell Poe about Narissa?
well, I'm starting to wonder what the interest in this stone is.
Yeah.
Or do we keep it ourselves?
Maybe we
why
find out more
she's
about it
sitting there.
first.
Well, yeah. The thing is, if we have it for a little while, I might be able to have some time to sort of look at it.
It's possible that it goes with the other one that we have. We're led to
No,
believe?
it's
No,
no, that's separate.
It's just another type
relic.
one.
The relic that it's in is similar to the snake head that we found, but the stone is separate. At least that's what Poe said.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this could just be
an
acquired decoration.
So if we were to win, we might be able to chat with Coyote. So we keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's one way we might be able to get a meeting. Now, do we try and here's my question: if we win and like Coyote, we like are there with Coyote because she's giving us the prize or something. I don't know if that'll happen, but if it did, do we ask for a meeting with her, or do we just right there be like, "Hey, there's this dude, and he is like asking for more time."
Both.
Both.
I mean, we thought it would be best to bring him to the meeting, so we won't be able to do that if we try and solve it right there.
Okay. So do we like maybe a meeting on behalf of Mala or something? Is what we would ask for. Okay, I just wanted to sort of
Putting on a good display will be a good way to get the attention of the other merchant prince or whatever.
True. If we win, maybe they'll be more likely to take meetings with us, not in 3 months.
We'll become famous while keeping a low profile.
We've already actually
we're
been
not signed
somewhat
up
recognized for saving the child.
Yeah.
People know us as the Blade Fangs.
Yeah, I don't like how that one rose off the tongue.
No, I'm fine with not continuing that.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Well, as you discuss your plans,
when we get where it feels maybe about like half an hour, I'm gonna ritually cast Comprehend Languages.
You should take the caltrops too.
I will take the caltrops, and then when it gets to where I feel like it's maybe 10 minutes, 11 minutes before, like, is there anybody telling us how long we have at all?
No.
Okay. When it feels like there's maybe 15 minutes left, I'm gonna ritually cast Detect Magic. No, yeah. Because
in the last little bit, I will just meditate and focus on not going nuts.
I'm trying to get my finger running things going before we go in. So when it feels like we might have 15 or so, I'll ritually cast Detect Magic, and if it call us and it runs out, then it does.
So Detect Magic is concentration, just FYI.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the only one, though. Mage Armor and Comprehend Languages are not, so I can run them simultaneously.
Okay. Excellent. So you cast Comprehend Languages.
Just to keep that going.
Then you cast. So Archie spends like the last. Well, she spends about 20 minutes making her rituals and settling into her magic. Blackwin is meditating, trying to focus on not killing what he encounters. And soon there is a knock on the door, and the door opens. The same kind of steward person that introduced you to the race enters, and he says, Well, it's time to go. Out to the arena. Gather your gear, please. We'll be starting in just a few minutes.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I would ask, any idea who we'll be up against?
He turns and he's like, can't tell you in advance. That could give you an unfair advantage. But suffice it to say that it will be a match to remember.
Oh boy. Archie's super uncomfortable right now.
I feel like the rules just changed of this.
So you guys, is there anything you leave behind, or
I mean, my backpack.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got my bolas, my hunting trap, and my glaive.
Okay.
It's more like, is there anything special we're taking, I guess.
Well, I mean, I have my javelins, but I don't think my javelins are really non-lethal. So.
Yeah, I'll take the caltrops. I'll have my quarterstaff. I'm gonna have my component pouch and stuff on me. Just the small ones that for magic, just in case.
And Baz, are you got your armor back on? Yeah or no?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And what about, are you? I guess you're taking your sword and your shield, I'm assuming.
I'm taking my sword, my shield, my 2 hand axes. My potion of healing. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right. So, Archie. What are you? So, are you carrying the rain catcher with you then?
I guess I'll just like sling it on my back instead of a backpack.
Okay. Do you have some sort of special holder or something to do that with?
Well, I have some rope. I can just wrap it up in.
Are you planning on catapulting that thing like
No.
last time?
But I don't want to hurt Jonah's feelings, so I'm taking it.
Okay. Okay, so you're gonna have rope, a rain catcher, your quarterstaff, and I assume your component pouch. Anything else you're taking?
My component pouch and my my casting.
Do you have your little stack of rocks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just the small stuff for basically my spell components. And my quarterstaff.
Okay. And then, Aelin, is there anything special that you need to bring with you, or no?
Everything on my belt. That's it.
Okay. And Jonah, what about you? Anything you're leaving behind or not taking, or?
Just gonna leave my backpack, but I think everything else.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, you lock up your lockers with all the stuff you guys are gonna leave behind. Heft your gear. And
in my small bag, I've got my money and stuff too. I'm not leaving that, just in case it wasn't obvious.
Okay.
Did anybody notice that they have handed like a new thing beside your melee weapons instead of just melee throw it in? I just found that.
That's new.
Doesn't any two-handed.
So for versatile weapons, if you swap that to a two-handed, it ups the amount of damage beside it.
That's cool.
Hey, that's handy. Baz should
and
take note of that.
And you can put an offhand
Same
too,
with
so it automatically adjusts the damage.
Yeah, the offhand won't add your
so that's
modifier.
Cool. Sorry about the distraction. I just stumbled across it.
Yeah, that's new. See,
it's
so I wish that when they do an update like this, they would just put a little thing that said, new this update. Like
patch notes, yeah.
Yeah, like come on.
Surely they must somewhere.
I guess somewhere, but they should
maybe
really...
on the forums or something.
Just bugs me that you have to like just randomly, oh, this is new, and you just happen to find something somewhere. Like...
You just get a surprise. Surprise.
So, you
I found them.
You found what?
The patch notes. Oh, but they're old. They haven't been updated since November 5th.
Yeah. The guy then, once you guys have stowed your gear and everything, he leads you out into the main arena. As you come out, actually, no, he wouldn't do that. He would lead you kind of around kind of a back hallway and down some steps, and then through a tunnel over to a platform that has some heavy chains on the side and some sort of pulley system. He's like, all of you stand on the platform, please. You will be raised into the arena where we will announce you and your opponent. Then there will be a horn which will signal the commencement of the match. As a reminder, this is not to the death. It is until one side can either no longer fight or they yield. There's to be no killing. If you break this rule, you will be disqualified, and the opposing team, assuming they survive if you do break this rule, will be considered the victors and will take the prize, or their next of kin should you happen to somehow kill them all. And then he kind of looks you all over, and he's like, the only other rule you need to be aware of is you may not, by any means, magical or otherwise, leave the confines of the designated arena space, which will be obvious when you enter the arena. Should you leave the space, you will be immediately disqualified. And then he's like, any questions before we begin? At this point, Archie, your detect magic has dropped. It's been more than 10 minutes since you cast it.
Cool.
They probably, when he came in and said gather your gear, he probably didn't come back to get you for another like 5 minutes or so, and then the walk probably was at least 5 minutes.
It's fine. I knew that was a possibility.
Quick, start casting it again. Maybe it'll be 10 minutes.
He kind of looks you over. He's like, all right, no questions. All right. Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
He didn't tell us we were fighting this right.
And then he kind of gestures to the platform. He's like, please stay on the platform, lest you be left behind when your team is raised into the arena. And then he leaves the room.
Friends,
step onto the platform.
I wish you all the best of luck. Stay close to me.
Okay.
And if you guys would, could you please, on the party sheet... oh, did they change the party sheet?
Yeah, we can't like see each other
and
stuff anymore.
Oh, maybe they reset the settings.
Talking about like maybe the formation.
Oh,
You guys can see the order tab or no?
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Weird. There's no. Okay, so there's not really a grid. There's no grid anymore. That's weird.
Okay.
I wonder if you could add it though.
Maybe, but it doesn't.
I guess you
it
don't
doesn't
really
matter.
need it.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Can you guys move your own tokens now that you're on there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could please, I'm going to give you. If you could arrange yourself within that square, however you want to be facing and spread out or not.
I've been lasered.
Blackwind's, he's gonna get bisected by the elevator.
I think I'm in enough. What's this do? Oops. Do we have an idea which way front is?
No, he didn't tell you that. He asked if there was any questions, and nobody asked anything before he left.
Now that we're on it, it's like, okay, which way is?
Yeah, look. Obviously, this platform is going to raise up, like through the roof, but you have no way of knowing whether you're on the left side of the arena, the right, which way is forward or back, which way your opponent will be. So, I don't know however you want to arrange yourself. Does this look good the way you've got set up now, or?
Sure, something that way we kind of flank the smaller, less durable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, looks good.
And if Baz needs to get to the other side of me, that's easy because I'm small. He's big, so.
That's true.
All right. Drawing clear. Okay. Keep yourself like that. A moment later, there is kind of a grating sound, and some kind of like a little bit of like dust and not really sand, but like just kind of like small pebbles and some dirt kind of spills down and sunlight streams in from above as you see a section of the roof directly above your platform kind of roll back with a kind of it just kind of like slides across and opens up to the sky, and then there's a clank as that sets into place, and then there's another kind of like clanking sound, and then the chains start moving and pulling your platform up, rising into an arena. And as you start rising up, as your eyes have kind of were accustomed to the relatively dark tunnel, but as things come into focus with the blazing sun almost directly overhead, there is. Oh, I need. Where'd my map go?
I've got my hood up.
It's just a roof of spikes, and you're dead.
Yeah. It's just a roof of spikes. That's it.
I've got my shield and my sword in hand.
Yeah.
I got my hat on and my quarterstaff in my hand.
Whoops. How do I
Grab
get
your
out of
socks.
drawing? Okay, that's fine. Let's put you guys on. So we got Blackwind. I just gotta put you on the map in the right spot. Aelin. Urchi. Jonah. And Baz. Okay, and then
Whoa.
placing monsters. Okay, if you guys can go ahead and roll initiative for me, just so I have the initiative order for when it starts.
Woohoo.
Nice.
Not bad.
Wow.
This is such a better initiative.
Doing that.
Yeah, how do
like compared to my dwarf?
Wait, where did Jonah go?
I'm the bait.
Whoa, my God. Oh. I don't have a image for the map. It's there. Never mind. I take
just
it.
loading.
Just took a minute.
You rise into an arena that is not as very large, smaller than you thought actually. Two platforms with only about a 5-foot gap between them rise up on the bottom and top halves of the arena. You can see that across from you is who you assume is a Kenku. The Kenku is Slicer.
Of course it's a Kenku. Of course.
A Kenku!
It's a
He said he was a Kenku.
Well, no, but it could have been the other team, the Tabaxi.
Oh,
yeah.
I see what you're saying.
And for
Of course, it's the harder one.
4 velociraptors flanking him, 2 on each side, kind of crouched in a ready position, are across from you. And around, you can see that there is a 20-foot tall cage surrounding you with 4 gates that seem to be locked, with chains across them in the 4 cardinal directions. You're up on a raised platform, only about 5 feet or so off of the main arena floor. The main arena, by the way, is quite large. This has kind of been erected in the center. And you can see, like, surrounding the arena, you can see, like, the dinosaur track that would circle around the inside of the arena. There is a sizable crowd in the stands surrounding and cheering, as particularly when Blackwind comes into view.
I'm gonna start I'm gonna say, because of the dancing that my mother did, but I don't have dexterity. You know what a haka is from the Maori?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna use like that kind of display. Start doing that.
We all rode up on the same elevator. They could be clapping for any of us.
They saw Baz's head, then my head.
And as the you can also see the fence line, so it is open to the sky. The fence, it's 20 feet tall. This cage, but you can see that the twisting in the fencing all around you. There are vines that kind of like. And Aelin, you noticed this actually right away, as even as the others are sizing up their opponents. Aelin, you noticed that some of the vines seem to move, almost snake-like, twining around, and you also spot in quite a few different places throughout the edge of the cage small. What looks like thorny barbs sticking off the vines. Yeah, and then there's a clank as the platform comes flush with the arena, and a woman's voice calls out, and it says, "We have our champions, Slicer," and a big roar goes up in the crowd, "versus the Blade Fangs. Gods be with you both. This fight will be until one side can no longer fight. Non-lethal rules apply. Good luck." And there's a blast of a horn. And as soon as that, like a coiled spring, Slicer leaps into action first. What does this trait do? He goes whoop, 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 like that. Races around, ducks around Aelin, and slashes at you with his short sword. Hits. Take a little damage. It's assumed that if it's killing, it's assumed if it's a killing blow that it's non-lethal. You don't have to say it every single time. Essentially, if you don't want a killing blow to be non-lethal, then you can say that. But otherwise, I assume you guys are playing by the rules unless you say otherwise. He attacks again on you. Unfortunately, although you were hit by the first one, you dodge the second. At the same time he's running, he lets out a cry that sounds like a screech of a raptor.
He's a Cancun.
All right, that's clever.
Everybody got a good initiative by the seams of it.
It can exactly mimic the calls of the raptor. That's clever.
So I'm just okay, we'll see if this works. 1, 3, 2, and 4. Okay. The raptors, one of them rushes forward, and leaps with its hind legs, with wicked-looking claws. But you see, just before the impact, the claws kind of actually like retract slightly. Non-lethal and all. But smack!
God damn it.
Into Aelin. Oof. Lands and immediately bites at you as well.
It's gonna be a short fight, guys.
Oof! Good lord.
Yeah, I love to see it.
Raptor 2 rushes forward at Blackwind and essentially mimics the movements. You see the other two, like, obviously are moving towards the same targets. They just haven't had a chance to yet. But you could assume that the two on the right are going to go towards Aelin. The two on the left look like they're both heading towards Blackwind. So not all 4 on 1 like you were told, but... yeah, misses you with the claws, but does not miss with the bite on Blackwind. Doesn't get as much of a purchase on you as the other one did. Luckily, before you guys are completely decimated in the first round, Baz reacts.
With a big old, from his trunk, he is going to take. He's going to drop his shield.
Okay.
That wouldn't require an action, right?
To stow it, I think it's an action. To just drop?
Yeah.
No, I believe taking off a shield requires an action, does it not?
I don't know.
Because
like she said, to stow it.
I'm literally holding it. I feel like I could just drop it.
I remember.
I'm almost positive it takes I'm almost positive it takes an action.
Equipping it does, but
equipping or unequipping a shield, I'm almost positive it takes an action.
It's usually because it's strapped on somewhat. It's not just a handle.
All right, then never mind. All right, I'm just gonna swing at.
Yeah, donning or doffing a shield requires one action because you actually strap it to your arm. You don't just hold a shield; you actually strap it to your arm.
All right, fair enough. I'm gonna just swing at Slicer.
Okay.
Slice it, Slicer.
He nimbly dodges.
And then I'm gonna step over Jonah and put myself like that.
All right.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Did you hit that end turn button?
I did.
Okay. Go. Aelin, you're next.
Oh.
So that raptor just kicked the shit out of you. What do you do?
Yeah, I was there.
Bear in mind, these raptors, velociraptors, are like the size of like large dogs. They're not like these huge towering creatures.
Yeah.
Take
I
defensive.
Stay away from the walls, and then I'm just gonna start attacking.
Oof, nice hit.
Oh, it was almost a 6. So.
Thunks it pretty hard.
Bonus action.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, that raptor reels in response backwards, screeching.
Yeah. And that's it.
Archie, your brother's getting beat up. Jonah got hit by Slicer. What do you do?
It's true. Ooh, I'm going to 5, 10, This might be a bad idea, but I'm gonna run around to beside my brother, and I'm gonna try and hit that raptor with my staff.
All right.
Leave my brother alone!
Oh! Not adept at the quarterstaff fighting.
I can't inspiration that, can I? After the
No.
fact?
No, no. Inspiration in combat needs to be used before an attack roll.
Yeah. Well, cool.
All right, Blackwind, you're up.
All right, let's do this.
And we agreed to it.
Okay, well, I've got myself my target. And son of a bitch. Oh, that's a hit.
Yeah, nice.
And damage. Oh, not bad.
Ooh.
Slammed it.
Better than me.
And then I guess I should have did the bonus action of before, but oh well. I'll put the hunter's mark on.
Yeah, you might have taken him out if you'd done that.
I wasn't thinking, but anyway. Yeah, bonus action that happens, and then I'm going to tighten up over this way.
Okay.
And then that'll be my turn. I'm going to drop the hunter's mark here pretty quick.
Okay. Jonah.
Kenku's
about the size of you, by the way. You taking the dodge action? Okay. He will.
Take dodge action. Pass the turn.
Sounds good.
Like it.
Well, luckily I can just drop the dodge action on you.
You can do that with the effects, the status effects thing.
Yeah.
You just write dodge in it now, and it'll do it.
Literally what I just did.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I created a custom.
Why did they do that?
I created a custom effect in the effects that I can just drop on anybody.
We can all see that.
Velociraptor number 4, with a screech, rushes in on Blackwind, and seems to coordinate its attacks with the other one, so it's distracting. He has advantage on his attacks against you, Blackwind, with pack tactics. Critical hit!
Oh, come on.
Claws you for
1 damage.
7 points of slashing damage.
1 damage.
Yeah, 1 overall.
Follows up with a bite attack, which also connects, probably due to the advantage. Blackwind takes 5 points of damage from the bite. Arr.
Tactics suck.
Velociraptor 3 rushes forward down here and attacks. Why would he do that? No, he attacks Archie. No, not Archie. Aelin. Slicer hasn't given a command to attack any other targets yet. He's got pack tactics on Aelin. He attempts to claw you. Yep. Aelin takes 5 points of damage, and he follows up with a bite. Non-lethal, of course.
A loving bite.
Oh! That's probably going to take you down, actually.
I mean, yeah, I think even minimum damage would be more than enough.
Yeah, so he rushes up, and within like 6 seconds, these two raptors have just pounced all over Aelin. Aelin like got up a couple hits, and then the other one comes in from the side, and Aelin with kind of a cry, it kind of turns its head at the last minute, kind of like headbutts you instead of biting. It's like, and down Aelin goes, seeing stars, thunk to the ground. Takes us to round 2. Archie, you notice this being the closest to the wall. Jonah as well, you notice this. No, Jonah, you don't. You're not. But Archie, you do. From this wall over here, one of the vines kind of like whips out with like a thorn and kind of flails just out of reach. And then kind of like keeps felling there and then moves back. Same thing happens in these squares and all of these squares here. Reaching towards, but you guys are far enough from the wall that you're not affected. Then they retreat. Slicer maintains the offensive against Jonah. Jonah's dodging. And while he does that, he squawks as well something else in raptor speak of some sort. And the two that were beating on Aelin both turn and look directly at Archie. The Kenku then turns around and stabs at Jonah. Why does he have advantage? No, disadvantage because of the dodge. I'm like, disadvantage, but still a 17 connects solidly. For minimum damage. And swings a second time at Jonah with disadvantage. This one's going to miss. Jonah is dodging and weaving. Velociraptor number 1, turns and attacks Archie. With advantage, because there's another one in melee with you. That's gonna hit with its claw. Lightly. Whew. And then he bites. That's gonna hit too. Oof, 7. Velociraptor 2 carries its attack through on Blackwind. No, why? It's lagging. Claw. It's gonna miss even with advantage. And then bites at Blackwind. That one's gonna hit. And Blackwind takes 7 points of damage. Party's turn. Baz, you're up.
All right.
So Aelin's gone down. Archie and Blackwind are fighting off raptors. What do you do?
I'm gonna... Since Aelin is on the ground, because I understand I'm not a large creature. I'm asking if they'll allow this. Would it be okay if I sort of stand over him and sort of feet planted on sort of both sides?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, cool.
I don't really consider corpses, bodies, that came out wrong. I don't consider unconscious bodies / corpses to be considered terrain of any sort. Maybe it was a big creature, but yeah.
Then I'm going to turn towards Velociraptor number 1, and I'm going to attack it.
Yeah. I just moved Aelin over so that...
Cool.
Oh yeah, that's gonna connect solidly. Bam! That Velociraptor...
Man.
Fucking 1 hit point off.
Yeah. Velociraptor stumbles backwards as you smack him hard. Down he goes.
That's the one who already attacked.
Well, I wouldn't have been able to kill him.
Ignore the death fails.
Oh, that was a fail. I'm dying.
You shouldn't... I don't know if there's a way to turn that off, but yeah.
I mean, you could just turn off the unconscious status.
Oh, that's fair enough. No one's going to attack you while you're down.
Yeah. Or will we?
Or will they? Mwahaha. I think if I was going by the rules, because you went down with a critical hit, I don't think he can actually non-lethal that, to be honest.
Yeah, you can't.
Actually,
so you actually are down.
Oh, yeah.
They're disqualified.
Yeah, so they're disqualified. We did it, guys.
We did it. Yay, champions.
But either way, Aelin, you're unconscious, so...
me see. I actually don't know if that's in the rules. I think that was just something that we did.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is either. So right now I'm just going to assume you're just unconscious.
Because the thing is you're not dead.
Here's the perfect time for me to look it up.
Yeah. Archie, Baz stepped in and clobbered that raptor that was attacking you. What do you do?
Ow! I'm gonna try and hit him back. Cause after the face.
Nice. Good stuff.
Yeah. Ugh.
Well, you clubbed him.
Yeah, that's my turn. 3 damage.
Blackwind.
It'd be nice to roll less than comparable.
Ryan.
You're muted?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to push the button. Here I am with one
Take him out!
I should have more than one wound. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. I will continue. I think it was number 2 that I targeted before, so...
Get him!
Sick him.
Nice!
Yeah, that should be enough, given you've got the... Oh, yeah! 19!
Jesus Christ.
That Velociraptor crumples to the ground with a squawk.
Non-lethally, instantly dead.
And I will move the Hunter's Mark to number 4. Yeah, and that is... I roar in victory on that, too.
Right. Jonah.
Will dodge.
Yeah, Jonah, I love it. You're just keeping him occupied. Just
taking.
Velociraptor number 4, whose Hunter's marked, doesn't have an ally next to you anymore, doesn't have advantage anymore, but continues his assault.
Aha.
Fails.
Although it's the bite that's the damaging one.
Then the bite connects. Blackwind takes 7 points of damage.
I'm not seeing the wound.
Yeah, the combat tractor is not updating for me.
Yeah, the party sheet is, though.
That was weird. I was like, I got more than one wound, I know that.
Yeah, you have a total of 20 wounds right now.
Yeah. Well, it shows me on my character sheet.
Oh, now it does.
I just put them there.
Unless...
Oh.
Yeah, that's like a type.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know, something's going on. I might have to... After this fight, I'll take you off the combat tracker and put you back on. That might fix it. That was number 4. Number 3 attacks Archie again with advantage because you're in melee with Slicer.
I thought it had to be by him.
Or does it? Hold on. Let me read this. The Velociraptor has advantage on attack rolls against a creature if at least one of the Velociraptor's allies is within 5 feet of the creature. Yep. He gets it on you.
Damn.
It's like sneak attack.
So, double 16s. That's a hit with its claws. 4 points of damage. Oh, is Archie gonna go down? Bites, and yep, 15, just enough. Oh, shield! Nice.
That was the number you needed to hit.
Deflection. Nice. Top of the round, the thingamajigger's slash out again, but nobody's still close enough to be targeted with them.
I'm an idiot. I could have shielded earlier.
You were waiting for the appropriate
I
drama.
was looking at my AC, and I thought my 11 AC already had my mage armor in it, but it doesn't. It's just buffed on the combat tracker, so I could have shielded one of the early.
I was wondering why you didn't. I'm like,
but I thought 16 was what I was gonna get up to, but it's actually 19.
You were ready for the opportunity attack.
I didn't I thought it would update my character sheet, but it doesn't.
Top of the round, Slicer will turn
No.
and attack Archie.
I'm going to use my inspiration to grant it disadvantage on the attack.
You can't do that when it's not your turn.
I thought.
Can you?
Wait. Well, then how else would you give?
Well, it's supposed to be when it's against yourself, because inspiration is for your character. You don't grant it. You can't use your inspiration to give other people advantages. It's for yourself.
I use my inspiration to grant him disadvantage.
Now that you can do.
Okay.
I'm confused by the new inspiration stuff too.
Well, we've been playing it wrong before. We just kind of went along with it.
Well, but wrong is...
Well, technically, as rules as written is the way we're doing it now.
Well, partially we are. For the
Yeah,
reroll part, it is.
Way beyond rules as written.
Like you're supposed to declare beforehand.
Yeah, for the reroll mechanic.
I don't know.
For the reroll mechanic, we're using it by the book now. Yeah, and it doesn't. I was just checking. No, it doesn't take an action to do. Okay, or a reaction. So you can still do it because even though you shielded. So yeah, you'll give him disadvantage on his attack, which means he'll probably fail. Yeah. Because of your shield.
Yep.
Second attack is at normal. And that's a 19.
Shit, man.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Archie, bam! He knocks you out. Hammers through your shield and pops you in the forehead with the hilt of his short sword. The Aasimar down. There's a cheer roars up, and you hear "Slicer, Slicer" from the crowd. Baz. The fight is even, 3-on-3 again.
Checking something real quick. Sorry, 1 minute.
Can we see the prince? Is he in the crowd?
You
Do
could.
you know what Coyote looks like?
We saw the Coyote and what's her name earlier.
Yeah, you saw them during the race. They're in the same spots. Akane and Coyote. Akane is the one that made the announcement when you got rolled up.
All right, I'm gonna attack Velociraptor 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just FYI, in case you guys didn't know, I'm not counting this arena for like injuries and shit. It's not.
Nice.
It's not.
Oh yeah,
lethal.
because they're not lethal.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Oh, a 1.
Wait,
Oh, you can reroll. Yeah.
He's not using it too.
Oh, you're not using it two-handed. You're not using it two-handed.
What?
You only get Great Weapon Master rerolls when you're using it two-handed. It's not on every attack. If you're sword and boarding, you don't get the advantage of your fighting style.
It's basically getting the most out of your two-handed swing.
I thought you were going to look at those and make sure that was what you actually wanted. If you're using your sword and shield all the time, that's useless.
I don't want to use sword and shield all the time. That's why
Never mind.
So, if I had known that it was going to take an action, I should have asked. It's my fault. But
well, I mean, it's in the PH under rules for donning and doffing armor.
I know. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying. Yeah. All right.
Well, when you level up, if you want to switch your fighting style to like defensive or whatever you want to do, that's fine.
No, he just didn't want to equip a shield.
Okay.
Well,
So
take it off.
I wanted to have my sword and shield out. Just as a okay, I want to assess what's going on first, and then if I decide I want to just focus on damage, It's fine. I'll just drop my shield and go two-handed.
Yeah.
Except for
Unfortunately, you can do that, but it's going to take you around to switch gears.
No,
You just didn't know.
I didn't know.
didn't expect to be
And
in
I
a
didn't
close combat right away.
realize.
All right. Cool.
That's it then.
That's it.
Unless you're moving.
I'm not moving.
All right. Aelin, why is it still rolling death saves? You're not unconscious anymore.
That's weird. Oh God, 2 fails.
Oh God. That's fine. Archie's.
Why doesn't somebody save
Archie's
me?
failing too. Oh God.
Why doesn't it say the result?
I don't know.
Because
They're hidden,
it's mysterious
probably,
that way.
It shows up on your character sheet.
Yeah, you can see it.
It adds to the drama for us, though, as not knowing.
I mean,
No,
but
it
you can
doesn't.
see it on your character sheet.
Well, yeah,
Nobody else can.
nobody else can.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If you don't say anything, nobody's gonna know. Which
guess.
technically you
All
shouldn't
right.
be able to, because technically
They don't know.
they don't know that you're that close to death unless they make a medicine check. Which, if they're making a medicine check, I would say you'd probably use that to stabilize them, not to check if they're dying. But anyways, Blackwind, you better do something quick, because this is looking bad.
All right. Hammer time?
Yeah, that'll work.
Pull out all our secret weapons at level 1.
They say there's no tricks up our sleeve.
That seems pretty good. Smacks the
Nice.
raptor down.
One shot it.
Just
Boom.
go to the other one.
Then I guess I'll move the hunter's mark over to the Birdman.
Okay.
As a bonus action.
I mean, they're still they're in range of you already.
Yeah, I
You
know.
don't have to
And I'll
move.
stay there. So I was just wondering if I should move, but whatever.
Jonah.
Seeing that he didn't attack me last round, I am going to tell Baz to duck, and then I am going to use my ball bearings. No, the caltrops, and I am going to catapult the ball bearings. Straightforward.
Duck as best I can.
I don't think duck
Non-lethally.
is for.
So catapult is a.
Dex save.
So you're doing this non-lethally. So like we said, it's going to give them advantage on the save.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So first, it goes in a line, so it'd be, and it gets the first one it meets. So it'd first be the. Slice.
Oh yeah, and if it hits him, it doesn't keep going, right? It just hits him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It stops once it hits something.
Okay. So he's pretty dexterous. We'll see if it pays off for him. It's a bold move. 21. He dodges.
Now it goes to
Baz
Baz.
is just gonna get a face full
Dexterity
of
saving
buckshot.
throw with advantage.
No.
Hey, it could take out that raptor. Come on, Baz. Oh god.
Oh
Nope.
no.
That hits Baz. Whack. Non-lethally. Hey, Baz still has full hit points. Holy crap. 12.
That went to the Kenku.
Ah!
Oh.
Let me Baz takes 12. All right. He's like, duck! The Kenku ducks, smacks into Baz. He's still got number
Kenku.
advantage, sort of.
I will pass the turn.
Okay. Lost Raptor attacks with advantage on Baz.
Also, those ball bearings would have gone everywhere, so it'd fill up a square. I'll draw it.
Catapult is only on one object,
Yeah.
right?
bag of up to 5 pounds.
Oh, clever. Okay. Yeah. The bag is destroyed, by the way, that they were was holding them. But that's okay, because when it bursts, ball bearings. So what do ball bearings do? Anything? Is it just
If a creature
movement?
moves through it, dexterity 10, or they move at it's like rough terrain.
Ah, okay. So they gotta. There's no chance of falling. That's weird.
Yeah, they have to succeed a dexterity 10 saving throw or fall.
Or fall prone. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Power do a little damage. Ball bearings is fall prone.
Yeah. Okay. Velociraptor. Did I attack yet? Yes, I did. It's gonna do claw damage to Mr. Baz. And bite. That's gonna miss. Baz defends himself against the onslaught. The Kenku squawks and turns and attacks Baz.
I will use my inspiration to give it disadvantage.
All right.
Oops.
Yeah, that worked. Swings and misses terribly as Baz miraculously pulls out the defense. Second attack. No, not good attack. He hammers against your shield. Clang, clang. He shouts. He shouts. In common. He's like, "Ah, curses!" Baz.
You got the goddamn.
Where'd you hear that? Bad language. All right. Keep attacking the raptor. Oh my god!
The raptor dodges. Is that? That kept that.
Oh shit! Yes, thank you, John. I will use my bonus action to second wind.
Nice.
I got a success, guys. I'm not dead yet.
Nice. Why is your? Oh no, that's fine. Carry on.
Do you get action surge at 2 or 3?
2.
2.
Okay. Oh, Aelin is unconscious. Archie. Oh man, edge of death.
Fail.
Blackwind.
Okay.
So your mark's on the raptor right now.
No, I dropped it on the.
No, you put it on the king.
Birdman.
Oh yeah, that's right. You said Birdman.
Put down
That's right.
Slicer.
Yeah.
Slicer dicer.
Through the shield of Jonah. Yeah. Oh, what did I do there? Nothing. I grabbed the wrong thing. That's why. Haha. Take that. Slappy.
Oh.
One action. Yeah, he's hurting.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good hit. Unfortunately, I don't have any other bonus actions to use at this point in time. And yeah, I'll pass my turn. I laugh in your face. I said I passed. Oh, I did.
How does the help action work? Can I just declare it for a friend, or do I have to declare it for a friend against a?
You have to declare it for a friend,
like against an enemy.
Against an enemy, yeah. So you say like, I'm going to help Baz attack X. So if you want it to be this dude, then you would say I'm because you're essentially the idea is you're distracting the target of Baz's attack.
Yeah, but I think it has like a range of 5 feet. So
yes, you do have to be in melee to take it. So
I will, but I can move into this square because he's not really here.
Yeah, I just moved him there so that.
Yeah.
Just kick my body around. It's fine.
And I will help against the Velociraptor.
All right.
Help my allies against the Velociraptor and pass the turn.
All right. The Velociraptor, pack tactics, attacks Baz. Oh, a 4 and a 3. terrible. Terrible. And then
Do it
bites.
again.
The bite will hit.
Ooh.
Why do you always hit with the bite?
4 points damage to Baz.
It's okay.
Top of the round, the
I think the bite would be
slicer.
more hurty.
The raptor that was on me was fucking roided up.
Slicer will
I'll have
attack
to look into that.
Baz as well. Focus
know, right?
fire. That's going to hit.
As the commissioner.
Does 6 points of damage. Swings again.
About that fucking raptor.
Oh, that's crit.
Oh,
Come on!
Baz will take another 10 points, and Baz goes down. Ugh. He just leaps up and does like a double kick to your face. Well, a double sword to the face.
What do you mean healing?
With the flat of the blade.
Didn't somebody have a healing potion?
Baz.
Baz did.
Baz is unconscious. Aylin's unconscious. Oh, man.
Another save. Down to the
Archie
wire,
is
50-50.
Archie's unconscious. Blackwind, you better take him out, buddy. Getting rid of the pack tactics is good. Is either way, take either of them out, and the pack tactics goes away.
Destroying me.
Well, that's
It doesn't matter which one you take out. Either way, the pack tactics is gone if you knock one out.
Well,
so
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But where did I? This one's taking a pounding.
yeah. Well, I mean, you've got the hunter's mark. I mean, you can move it if you
They're
want. So.
both equally heavy.
yeah,
Damn
I
it.
think you have
Oh
almost
no!
had, advantage against that one.
Fuck.
Blackwind misses.
Yes, I did. Unfortunately, it was bound to happen. I will. Do I have something else I can pull out of my ass? Not really. So. Yep, that's it.
Do you have spells as a ranger?
Not yet. Level 2. I got some.
Jonah, the crowd's going crazy as Baz goes down. People screaming back and forth, Blade Wang, Slicer, Blade Wang. Blade Fangs, they don't even know your name, see? That's how terrible you are. Jonah.
I will move
That's
here.
fine.
Damn it. Aelin, get out of the way. Okay.
I will stop here because there's. Yeah.
The Velociraptor will...
I'm not going to stop here, but. Yeah, he gets attack of opportunity.
Yeah. Which it will take...
Should have pushed him into the walls.
And he has advantage on that because of pack tactics.
Oh. Great.
So, he will use his bite as you try to run. It's a crit.
Of course it is. Oh, waste.
Jonah takes 10 points of damage as he runs away.
All right. I'm going to take my other bag of ball bearings.
I mean, there's no chance of hitting Baz anymore.
And I will use. Yes, I'll take another. Yeah. And okay.
Oh, I guess I have to. Yeah. Dodge. What's your DC?
Just a moment. I think it's like 15.
The only thing I don't like, Instagram doesn't display your spell DC anywhere.
Yeah.
It's on your
14.
spell.
Yeah, it does on the spells.
Sorry, what is it?
13.
13? Okay, the Kenku will dodge.
1-3.
The Velociraptor. The Velociraptor will not succeed. He rolled a 12, so that's going to smack into him.
Okay. So it's not looking good.
And that is definitely enough with 20 points of damage.
Jesus Christ.
Ball bearings just spray out. The Kenku like just ducks, and the Raptor's just like down he goes. Just
Oh, get away from the wall.
God, Jonah and Blackwind are on their last legs. Slicer's at half. It's 2-on-1.
Oh boy.
Yep. And I'll move there.
All right. The Kenku eyes you guys up warily.
It's a good hit, Jonah.
Looks around at the fallen raptors, weighs his odds,
Go for
and
it.
attacks Jonah.
I'm giving him disadvantage.
Okay. I rolled too fast, so I will roll that again. Oh, he misses because of the disadvantage.
That's one. Yes. Now he's just gonna miss with the second one.
Yeah.
He never misses.
Attacks with the second one. That's a hit.
I salute you.
And that is
Yeah,
enough.
fallen.
That's 9 damage. Jonah, whack! Down you go. It's Blackwind versus Slicer.
Roll in that. Give yourself advantage and roll a
Yeah.
crit.
I was going to do that. I have 2 inspirations.
Baz, oh, you're okay. Aelin? Oh god! If this was a real combat, Aelin, you'd be dead.
With the entire
Dead
party
and
might be dead.
Archie
Dead.
would be dead. Blackwind, it's
All right.
TPK in the
it's
non-lethal
you
arena.
versus Slicer.
Inspiration for attack.
All right.
Advantage.
Got the hunter's mark on him.
It's already on him, yeah.
Times in
Oh
this round.
shit!
Oh, it's a hit.
It's not a natural. It's a dirty 20, but
Roll snake eyes for damage.
Roll max
Come
damage. Roll
on.
max damage.
No.
Oh,
Oh, it's enough. It's just enough.
Wow.
Literally.
Don't get near the wall.
Blackwind swings, cracks, and just as Jonah goes down, Blackwind takes the opportunity to smack that Kenku square in the face. Seeing stars, he kind of stumbles backwards and is like, "What? But I'm the champion!" And thunk, falls backwards.
We're just all meat shields for Blackwind, apparently. This
The
entire
crowd just erupts in like this huge roar. There's flowers throwing. Blackwind, Blackwind, Blackwind.
they know his name.
Apparently, he won the race.
Yeah. Like, did they specifically say? All right, the winner is Blackwind.
Yeah, at the race they did.
All right.
Because the race wasn't technically a team sport. It was whoever won was the winner. That qualifies you if you're on a team.
I see. Gotcha.
Yeah, Blackwind, last man standing. Your allies and the Raptors and Kenku all in a pile of bodies at your feet. You see people rushing in from all directions.
please, no flash photography.
A few of them start spraying some sort of like liquid on the plants, which kind of like retreat. You see the spines kind of retreating back into their like pods or whatever. And then they throw the chains off, and they kind of like probably a good dozen or so people like running around like checking pulses and stuff while you like stand like huffing and puffing.
Yeah. No, it's victory.
knocked out non-lethally instead of a death save. Should you be able to do the death saves, and if you get a critical hit, you wake up in the same way, or are you just asleep?
Oh, you know what? That's a good point.
I'm just curious. I don't know. We don't do non-lethally against us ever. So I don't.
Yeah,
know.
I don't know. I mean, maybe if someone can look up the rules for unconscious.
Yeah.
For like non-lethal, because I think non-lethal just renders you unconscious, but whatever the rules for it specifically says you don't have to start making death saves. So I think it's for a specific amount of time. Actually, you're just unconscious until like there's no rolling.
I don't know.
But anyways, yeah. So you guys, I would say not long after the raptors are kind of like leashed and everything, just in case they go berserk when they wake up. You guys, but they dragged them away. The rest
10
of you, is it 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes, really?
Yep.
So I just want to say, if you get knocked out and you stay unconscious for 10 minutes, you definitely have brain damage. But anyways, most
When a
people
non-
most people
Yeah.
wake up within 30 seconds
Yeah.
of losing
Just rendered
consciousness.
Well,
unconscious.
maybe it's like
at
maybe
the
you wake up, but you're groggy.
at the DM's
That's the
10 minutes.
protocol.
unconscious but stable creatures will return to 1 hit point after a length of time no sooner than 10 minutes.
Cool.
That's a variant rule that someone created.
Oh, is it? That's
Yeah.
just what's showing up. Oh.
Yeah,
there's-
that's just something someone made up.
actual
That's
rule.
the concussion protocol.
Yeah. Exactly.
The medics apply healing magic to the party until you are awoken, so you don't wait 10 minutes. They apply healing magic, healing up your wounds, however many casts it takes. A bunch of them just keep casting Cure Wounds until you guys are all up.
As soon as I get up, I'll ask if we won. If we win, Black win.
I always win. Losing is not an option. And I know the Kenku's like sleeping beside you until he was healed, anyways.
Does Mage Armor drop if you fall unconscious?
Yeah,
No.
sure does.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah, and raw. There is no. The knocking a creature out is if you reduce them to 0 hit points with a melee attack, the attacker can knock the creature out. The attacker can make this choice the instant the damage is dealt. Creature falls unconscious and is stable. That's it. No crits don't matter.
I lied.
Okay.
Type of weapon doesn't matter. Just melee.
I'd say you'd stay
Okay.
unconscious till you did 3 good saving throws.
Well,
If it was important. I mean,
it's yeah.
like
I
if
don't
it
know.
was combat, right?
I would
if you
say
made-
whatever the story dictates is when you wake up again. So we'll,
Or,
if it ever
okay,
Which is
happens,
18 seconds, possibly.
Mage Armor doesn't drop if I fall unconscious. It only drops if I dismiss it.
That's not concentration.
Or if I put armor on.
Oh,
Or if I
someone,
die. Obviously, dying drops any spell.
someone just put on a breastplate on you and it destroyed your Mage Armor. No, just kidding. While you were unconscious, it was one of those like those shock blankets that keep you warm. They just put that on you and destroyed your Mage Armor. No, yeah, so the raptors are dragged away. Slicer and the rest of you are brought back to consciousness while Blackwind takes in the cheering of the crowd. It only, in a flurry of activity, everyone is quickly brought back up. Slicer, upon coming to consciousness, he kind of like rubs his head a little bit and walks over to the 5 of you and he says in kind of like this croaking voice, he's like you fight very well. Defeating me and my raptors, no easy task. I salute you. Perhaps we meet again in the gladiatorial arena. You may not be so lucky. We will see. And he kind of gives you like a deep bow.
I bow back.
Well met.
And he kind of slinks off. There is a booming sound, and Akane's voice rings across the arena as the crowd starts settling down a little bit, still kind of throwing like flowers and things into the ring. And she says, "Well, are you not entertained?" No, she says, "Our victors for today, underdogs unknown before today, the Blade Fangs. Congratulations to you all. You have won the purse for today.
Woo!
Please make your way, freshen up, and you will be met momentarily to receive your prize. Stand tall this day. You have made the gods proud." And the crowd kind of erupts in cheers again, as the guy who like explained the rules and everything to you guys kind of gestures for you to go like back towards like the locker rooms.
Roo.
Sound like a
Hooah.
Like a.
So Blackwind becomes a celebrity in this town now and does an adventure.
I'm gonna
Archie
take.
just, once we get back into the room, she just lays down.
There we go. I re-added Blackwind to the combat tracker. Now it's tracking your hit points, which are full again. That was weird. It was like it wasn't recognizing that the Blackwind in the combat tracker was linked to your character sheet. I don't know why. That's weird.
Weird.
Anyways, it seems to be working now. I wonder if that's why I keep getting errors from ProStream every time it's your goddamn turn.
Is it like 10 hit points or something?
No, it was just it wasn't recognizing you as a player character. So every time it was your turn in combat, you weren't showing up for ProStream to collect the data from. So it kept giving me an error every turn. I was like, this is really annoying. Anyways.
Why wouldn't it recognize me? That's weird.
Well, I mean,
I'm a real person. I'm not a bot.
All right. Congratulations. You guys have won the tournament. Yeah, so you're alone. There's fresh fruit, fresh water, towels to clean up, basins of wash water. The guy who brought you in there, he kind of says, "Congratulations," and he's like, "I was hoping you would win. I had some gold put on you." But then he says, "If you'll freshen up, I'll be back in about 20 minutes, half an hour or so, and I will take you to collect your prize. Congratulations again. Very, very well done. Good show." And he kind of like gives you like a double thumbs up. Leaves the room.
I'm gonna wash up, clean off the blood.
Well, I'll say
for any booze.
I definitely preferred the dino racing, but certainly made for a good show.
It was invigorating. Those raptors are interesting.
Yeah, is ours going to be able to do that?
It depends on the training. Any animal, or a lot of animals.
I look at Jonah when I say that.
I hope so. Though I would prefer if they was a little bit more faster, like those other guys. Maybe if I feed them a little bit better. Also, sorry about hitting you in the back of the head with strawberries.
Oh, it's my fault. I should have dodged out of the way. You gave me fair warning. That was my fault.
The duck whack. It's like,
I feel pretty bad.
Well, let us celebrate our victory. And
yeah, I go back to eating the snacks.
Anything tastes particularly good?
After she cleans up, Archie's just gonna like lay down. I don't understand. I cast.
You forgot the 5 Ds.
I cast my shield, but I still got hit.
Back to Roosterville.
Are you?
Well, your shield only works on one side. Woo! I'm just invigorated. I didn't kill anybody either. Woo! This is good. Or anything.
Archie would just go and check if Aelin was okay.
Mind you,
see how you could see anything that happened there was good.
Oh, it was a test.
If that was us out in the jungle, none of us would be alive.
Well, he would.
We would have had different approach. This was not your standard battle. This was a display.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, it seemed like Archie and Jonah were, necessarily holding back their full potential in a situation like this. I feel like out in the wild, be a bit more ready and able to deal the damage.
Well, I wouldn't know. I wasn't holding back, and I got taken out immediately.
That's why I say those raptors are amazing creatures. They're similar to wolves, but with
When
sharper teeth and claws.
when we're done here, would you guys be willing to come and get a few more rocks for me? I think I need more rocks.
Rock lobsters. Maybe we can get some delivered. Some nice ones.
I did hit a guy with my staff once.
You did.
Oh,
That was a good one.
Aelin didn't see.
Yeah.
But I swear it happened.
We'd also have a guide if we're out in the woods. I'm sure they'd help some too. Maybe help us stay out of trouble, and maybe if we got in trouble, help us too.
I think our plan of just dipping our toe just a little bit is a good one.
So, we're back in our locker room, right? We're just waiting for somebody to come
Yeah,
over?
you're in the locker room. Like, they left you, like, clean, like, towels and wash water or whatever to clean up.
Clean up the blood.
Yeah, so who is somebody supposed to meet us, or
Yeah, he's gonna come back. He said he'd come to get
because
us.
we haven't been given us a prize yet either. So.
Yeah.
He said he'd come back to collect us once we're clean up. They want us presentable when they give us the prize.
It's never a bad experience if you come back from it. Now you've learned to dodge left when you should have dodged right.
I'm gonna comprehend languages again as a ritual. Has it been an hour? No, but
No.
I'm gonna up it just to make sure I don't miss anything.
Well,
If there's time.
are you doing that instead of cleaning up, or
Well,
you
said we had,
probably don't have time to do both if you're gonna.
Well, didn't you say he'd leave us for 20 or 30 minutes? Cleaning up
yeah.
wouldn't take more than like 5, and then the ritual is 10.
Wow, you guys are you're literally just wiping your face. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we're
Been
going
like
I'm actually
4
cleaning
days
up.
and nobody's had a bath yet, but that's okay.
bath.
I'm wiping it off, and I'll just dust my shoulders.
When have we ever had a bath?
All right.
Like perfume's part of the price.
Yeah, fair enough. So little while later, probably about 15 minutes later, there's a rap at the door.
A raptor.
Another one. A rapper?
A rapper.
Oh, I hope it's Eminem.
It's P. Diddy.
I will
I hate
I will open the door.
There is a woman standing on the other side of the door. She's a Chalton woman with a shock of reddish, hair, kind of in like dreadlocks, mane like spilling down around her shoulders. She has what looks like animal skin, a kind of hide armor, and she's got a kind of curved sword that's got like looks like it's made of wood with like sharp bits of some sort of like black stone lining the sides. And she kind of like, and she stands about 6'2", so she's pretty tall, and like muscular, bare arms, mostly bare legs, except for just a bit of hide armor, and she kind of nods to you, and she says, "Ah, the champions! I just wanted to come by and congratulate you personally. Fine showing. Don't feel too bad. Slicer, I faced him myself in the ring. He is not an easy opponent, especially for greenhorns like yourselves. I wanted to just come by and just give you a bit of congratulations." And she kind of...
Thank you.
Oh, sure. That's very nice of you. Would you like to come in?
She's like, if you're not busy, I don't want to disturb you.
Oh, not at all. Please.
Okay. She walks in, kind of looks you all around. Aelin, you notice that she very quickly seems to like take everybody's measure and notes like where everybody is and what they're doing. She also, you see her eyes dart about and like land and stop just for fractions of a second on like where your various weapons would be around the room. And then she walks in like kind of past Baz as he gestures for her to come in, and looks you all kind of up and down. She walks over to Blackwind and extends her hand. She's like, "The mighty Blackwind won the race and last man standing in the ring. I haven't seen prowess like that for quite some time." And she extends her hand.
I take it and I bow.
And she seems like slightly like taken aback a little bit just with the bow. She's just like, "Oh, you shouldn't be bowing to me. You're the champion of the day." And she says, "You don't look like any of the local tribes. You're from a ways, not from Chult."
No.
She's
No.
like,
From the Sword Coast, if she knows where that is.
he's like, I've heard of it. Yes, Sword Coast. Quite a ways you've come. Well,
Yes.
she's like, "I have no problem at all. A warrior such as yourself, with your particular lineage. I know some may frown upon those of your type, but trust me, you've earned your spot in our city, in my opinion." And then she turns and she says, kind of grabs one of the fruits off the table and takes like a big bite out of it, and kind of like through like her chomps, and she's like, "So, what's next? Collect your winnings and move on, or are you planning on sticking around? You don't, frankly, and you don't seem like the gladiatorial type overall."
I don't mean to be rude. I didn't catch your name.
And she's like, "Now who's being rude? I am Azaka."
Ah. I'm Archie.
Zaka's one of the guides.
Yeah.
She's like,
I'm Baz.
Yeah, but probably we won't be here all the time, that's for sure. We do plan to venture out and investigate what's out there. I cannot just stay in these crowded places all the time. I find them rather unpleasing or displeasurable.
she's like, "Yes, crowded, noisy. Places like this, they make people weak. No, you're right. Out in the jungle, that's where strength lies. I agree." She kind of claps you on the shoulder, and she's like, "So, if you're heading out in the jungle, perchance heading south? If so, I would ask of you a task."
Perhaps. What is this task?
She's like,
would you?
She's like, "Well, I assume that should you be heading south, you'll be taking one of the rivers. Personally, I am a skilled guide, native to this land. Spent most of my youth trekking these jungles. I know them well, and I'd be willing to guide you. And in fact, I'd be willing to waive my fee if our aims happen to align. There is a family heirloom of mine that was recently stolen from me while I was out in the jungle. Raiders hit my camp while I was hunting and stole it. They've taken it back to Firefinger along the Tariki River to the south. Should you be heading that way, I'd be willing to guide you that far or further, and waive my fee if you help me retrieve this item."
How far is Firefinger down the river? Do you know?
She's like, "Of course, I've been there within sight of it." And she would tell you. Let me just see here, just one sec. Ugh. Leg. She says, Firefinger. So, God, it's lagging so badly right now in Fantasy Grounds for me. Okay. She says, down the River Tariki, about, well, depending on speed of travel, about 5 to 7 days if you take the river for the most part. The River Tariki winds its way through several gorges and waterfalls, so there's sections that are a bit slow going that would have to be taken over land, but we'll be within sight of Firefinger within 5 days.
Oh, yeah.
And what, or who or what would have possession of your heirloom? What kind of numbers?
He's like, it is a family heirloom. It is a wooden mask, carved in the shape of a great cat. My tribe gifted it to me on my 15th birthday when I first made my first kill. And she says it was stolen by the Terror Folk. Perhaps you've heard of them. Flying menaces that dominate the skies in some of the areas of these jungles. Rivaled only by perhaps the Aarakocra of Kirsbal.
That doesn't ring a bell to me at all. I don't think.
It does
creatures.
not. No, it does not.
No, I've not heard of these creatures.
Like,
we don't have them in our lands.
She's like, they're large, winged reptilian men, more beast than man. Scavengers and opportunists for the most part, but fierce nonetheless. They stand, typically they crouch like the cravens they are, but they extended to full length, their wingspan would probably be 15 to 20 feet, and they probably stand close to 8 or 9 should they stand to their full height. Large beasts, dangerous in their own right, but I've taken several down before. As for numbers, it's unclear to me how big their nest has grown. I heard in recent years that the Aarakocra, they have encroached on their territory and killed them in great numbers, but I haven't confirmed that for myself.
Are the Aarakocra friendly to people like us?
It's like, well, I guess that depends on the type of people you are. The Aarakocra tribes throughout the jungle can be a bit prickly at times, I've found, but the ones from Kir Sabal, they are honorable types, but so they keep to themselves for the most part.
Potential allies if they've been attacking, potential allies to also help, maybe.
And she nods and says, perhaps. Kir Sabal is, it is an ancient monastery. It is further, I think, south? Hold on, where is it? I have to find it on my map now. She says, yes, Kir Sabal is quite a bit further south, across the jungle. You'd probably have to head, perhaps a 10-day or so deep into the heart of the jungle through undead territory to reach it from Firefinger. But yes, they do hate the Terror Folk, and they battled for the skies of Chult for as long as anyone can remember.
A quick question. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
And she would just explain that if you do want to make contact with them, the bird folk inhabit a monastery that hangs on the side of a plateau, many miles up the Olong River, past an area called the Laughing Gorge. And then she kind of like pauses and says, they keep to themselves and are secretive, but rumor has it that they are holding a royal heir to the throne of Chult there. I don't know if I believe that myself.
Speaking of the Oland River, so if I understand it, does the river Tariki and the river Oland don't intersect with each other?
She shakes her head. She's like, no, the river Tariki originates just past Firefinger, perhaps a few more days from the mountains there. They do not intersect.
Gotcha.
She's like, I know the area well. Firefinger, Kir Sabal, I could take you to either of them. It is quite a journey to Kir Sabal, however. I'd not to be undertaken lightly. As I say, it will take you through undead territory.
What if you went around and entered the river Oland from the other end instead of going over land? Would that be an easier journey?
She shrugs. She's like, perhaps if you chartered a ship and made it past the dragon turtle that guards the bay, you could make your way down the coast and enter the river Olang directly from Kitcher's Inlet.
Yeah.
What kind of do you have a plan of action that you kind of got in your mind for retrieving, like sneaking in, or
she's like, well, the plan would be to take capable combatants with me. Ideally, we'd sneak in and steal the mask. I'm not sure, and she kind of looks you over and is like, Firefinger is a little difficult but I believe I found a way in. If you're willing to go, I'd be more than happy to divulge more of my plan once we get closer to the site.
Do you have any idea why these creatures stole the mask?
She's like, because they're scavengers, thieves, and wretches. That's why. Who cares what the Terrafolk want? I say exterminate them all. And she seems like fairly angry. Like she says that through like gritted teeth.
Well, we are headed in that direction, but we do already have a guide. But
we're not heading that direction initially.
No, well,
we were potentially going down Soshin Star, not Tariki. Eventually, we will want to head that direction, though. So it's good to know that's where you are well traveled in. We will definitely keep that in mind. Absolutely.
She's like, well, I would be happy to assist you heading elsewhere in the jungle as well. Of course, until we get up my mask, I won't waive any of my fees, but I am available for other parts of the jungle. But you say you already have a guide, and she kind of like looks you, kind of like cocks her head a bit and says, as long as you don't take that fool Farouk and that stupid halfling, useless they are.
That's what we've heard. We're not.
We've already. Yeah, no.
Yeah, we've heard. No.
We've already, contracted out, I believe. So we can't change that. So.
Well, like I say, we've contracted a short one where we'll be coming back and reassessing it. So we'll definitely keep you in mind.
We're not sure exactly when we'll be back, but it's supposed to be a quick trip.
Our schedule at the moment is we've got, one key thing on the agenda, and then after that, we'll get open.
Yeah.
And she nods, and she's like, no, I fully understand. No need to justify anything to me. Well, stay safe out there. Make sure you're prepared before you head into the jungle.
How important, in your opinion, is it to have a charter for the Flaming Fist?
She's like, out? And she kind of laughs a little bit, more of it almost more sounds like a bark than a laugh. She's just kind of like, ha! She's like, well, how important is it depends on whether or not you run into them.
Sure.
If you run into them, it's very important. If you avoid them, not so much.
Do you usually travel with one when you go out into the jungle?
She's like, Well, fortunately, being a sanctioned guide under Jobal, we are not required to carry a charter with us. Our parties that come with us, on the other hand, well, they don't look so favorably upon them without one.
I see.
And you said there's undead territory. Like, is there a rough area that you consider that, or is it just like all of that down?
She's like
the southward?
In the jungle.
she's like the undead primarily. I don't know how far they roam. Of course, they move about at all hours of the day and night, but my understanding is they primarily inhabit the areas between the river Soshinstar and Turiki, as well as the eastern banks of the Turiki over towards the coastline, up to the river Olung, and then south, which would be the eastern side of the Aldani Basin. If you stick far to the west of this river Soshinstar, I don't believe they've managed to move past the river in that direction, and I don't know how far south their territories may go. She's like, I would caution you, however, that there is an area just near the mouth southwest of where the Turiki River originates that is heavily infested with powerful undead. I avoid that area, and I suggest you do so as well.
That almost seems like maybe the epicenter of it, maybe, or like the.
Maybe.
She's like, well, I'm not fool enough to go looking for an epicenter at all, unless the price is right.
That information is actually awesome, though. It just helps us kind of gauge on that whole undead problem.
She's like, I'm used to tracking the undead, and seeing signs of their movement in the jungle. So if you travel with me, we should be able to avoid them, as well as any other unsavory patrols. But I'm sure that all the other guides would tell you the same, so don't take my word for it. She's like, regardless, and just as she says, she's kind of just finishes her fruit and kind of tosses it on the floor, and she's like, I'll leave you to it then. I'm sure that there will be a someone along shortly so you can collect our winnings. And and as she says that, there's a rap at the door.
How do we get in touch with you when we're back?
She's like, well, I have a notice at the harbor master's office. Otherwise, I spend much of my time in and around the merchant's ward. I also like the bathhouses south of the fort. So ask around there. I'm sure you'll find me.
Thank
Very
you.
well.
And she kind of bows again. She says, until we meet again. And she opens the door, and the man behind her is like, oh, wrong. No, this isn't
No,
the
right
room. And she's like, kind of just pushes, like, shoulders the guy out of the way as she walks up the door. And he's like, yes, well, are you ready then? Coyote awaits.
Oh, yeah, you betcha.
Yes, absolutely.
He's like,
Lead the way, sir.
he's like, excellent. And he kind of looks you up. He's like, oh, you don't have any finer clothing than that? No matter, it's fine. Come along.
This is my finest clothing.
I'm getting some tailored. Sorry.
My finest leathers.
And he
We'll work on them.
kind of gestures and leads you, assuming you all follow. Do you take all your gear and stuff at this point?
Yeah, we're not planning on coming back here, I don't think, are we?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Yeah, so he'll lead you kind of around and through some hallways, up some stairs, and into a kind of a large. It's almost like one of those. You go to a baseball game, you got like one of those private boxes. That it's kind of like that. It's got its own like spread of fruit and stuff, and like plush couches and carpets, and you see several of those like those cooling like misting gem things in the room. And he enters and he says, May I present our champions of the day, the Blade Fangs? And he says, and then he gestures to two women who are in the room. One, well, I mean, you've seen them both at this point, but you recognize them as a Kane, who's kind of she looks like the part of like a gladiator. She's well muscled, kind of hair kind of cropped back in a kind of military almost style, wearing a kind of a bronze breastplate. It looks kind of like it's ceremonial, like it's all like polished up pretty well. But she's got two heavy like curved blades on either side of, and sitting on one of the velvet couches is a beautiful Chultan woman, which you recognize as Quixote. She's kind of got a like fine kind of yellow and gold robes with like a green sash, like over one shoulder. And he says, "I present you the merchant princes, Ikene Afa and Quixote." And he nods, and he says, "There are refreshments here," and kind of gestures and kind of like just kind of stands to attention.
Thank you.
And Quixote is kind of just like lounging a little bit and just kind of like sipping. She's like regarding you kind of coolly.
It's supposed to be in the tower.
Sorry. Just kind of like looking at you. Like she doesn't seem like she's super like enthused that you're here or anything. But she's pretty hard to read actually. She's kind of like just got this like serene expression on her face. Just kind of sipping some wine out of a glass, a kind of crystal goblet. Akane smiles widely as you guys are announced, however.
Sorry, is this like a small room, or are they like across the way, or within?
Yeah, well, it's like one of those like private boxes at like a arena, right? So it's not super large.
All right, I just didn't know if it was like they were across the room, and I'm just gonna start talking and.
Well, I mean, they are across the room, but the room's not that big.
Okay. Well, this was quite a spectacular event. I'm pleased we were able to participate.
Very pleased to make your acquaintance.
Yes, absolutely.
And Akane smiles, and he's like, or she is like, yes, a fine showing. It was the crowd certainly enjoyed how, and she kind of pauses for a moment, close that final match became.
Certainly, I wasn't sure that we were gonna come out on top, but thankfully we've got a black wind with us.
I was just happy to be involved.
Participation award.
And she's like, "Well, I hadn't heard of your team before. New to the city, are you?"
Yes. We just arrived a few days ago.
Yes. We've been taking in port and really starting to get a lay of the land, so to speak.
It's like, "Well, it's a great way to introduce yourself to the city. Nothing like a bout of athleticism and combat to get the blood pumping, I say. I made my fortunes in the ring myself, and I know it can be a great jumping off point for great things, particularly in this city." And Quixote kind of like, just kind of still sitting there, just kind of calmly sipping her wine, hasn't said a word yet.
Yeah, I agree with the whole. Great. The whole athleticism, and it was definitely something I'll remember forever.
That the dino race, that was honestly some of the most fun I think I've ever had.
Just happy to participate.
And Akane's just kind of smiles more, and she's like, "Please sit. Avail yourselves of wine and food, should you be hungry." And
Oh,
and
Thank you.
Coyote kind of puts her glass down, and she's like, "Yes, I'm sure it was the highlight of your visit here to the port. Your winnings are there in the footlocker off to the side." And she kind of gestures kind of nonchalantly with a hand towards like this small chest just over on to the left of the door. And she's like, and of course, and she kind of like snaps her finger, and the guy who like brought you in quickly kind of rushes over and procures from like a small box on one of the back counters near where like a bunch of like liqueur bottles and stuff are laid out. A small kind of wooden box. He walks over and kind of like bows deeply and kind of like gestures it towards you. She's like, "You will find the Oracle Eye there, as promised. A 60 gold piece prize, and then you will also find a small collection of some of my finest perfumes." And then she says, she kind of like looks you guys over, and she doesn't really make eye contact with any of you. She just kind of like glances over you all, and she's like, "Also, we will be putting up an additional bonus 20 gold pieces for this fine specimen who both won the race for your team and maintained the last position in the arena standing. A fine showing above and beyond. So another 20 gold pieces will be yours as well. You'll find that in the chest."
Well done, Blackwind.
Yeah, well done.
Archie would thank her for her generosity in sponsoring today's prizes.
She's like, "Yes, I find that the populace needs these diversions here and there, particularly after well, shall we say, an incursion up from the jungle, small though it was."
Yes, we did have some experience in that.
yes, we were there.
The door suddenly opens, and a man steps through, a Chalton man in kind of robes. He's kind of looks like almost like an accountant kind of guy. Like he's got like a thick ledger, and he kind of like shuffles over and whispers something in Akane's ear. She stands up, and she's like, "Congratulations again. However, other matters need my attention. It was nice to meet you all." And she strides out without even waiting for a response.
Thank you.
Take care.
I would also after she's left with Coyote still there, I would just like apologize for our appearance. We haven't had the chance to obviously Archie would say it better than me, but
Obtain
some nicer presentable attire, and it's on our list of things to do. And thank her for the perfume specifically, because that's very.
Coyote kind of like still kind of like lounging back. She kind of like is while you're talking is just like examining her very immaculate nails, and she's like, "Yes. Well, I would suggest, now that you have some coin in your pocket, perhaps visiting the bathhouse, and if you want to take care of this, perhaps the Temple of Sune could be of some assistance."
We were planning to head there.
Absolutely, yes. That sounds like a great idea.
The guy's still kind of like holding out the box in front of you.
I assumed Yeah, we take it. We take all the stuff.
Take it all. We'll grab
And he
everything off.
kind of nods and like rushes back over and stands against the wall, like trying to make himself like totally invisible unless he's called upon, kind of thing.
I would sit
Seen nor
down.
heard.
I would like sit down and pour a glass of wine.
Yeah, I'm definitely checking out the spread. Going for the more like exotic looking fare.
It's a bit seems a bit more like fancier kind of stuff, like hors d'oeuvres that have been actually like prepared, not just like fruit laid out on a table, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely tasty, and the wine is definitely way higher quality than what you've been drinking thus far in the port.
Oh my! This, I would say like this wine is amazing, and I would give a guess as to the vintage, like the age, based on my own knowledge of wine. Again, being a French chef, like I know I'm using the term French chef, and that's not a thing, but I assume all the usual tropes. Like he probably knows his wine very well and things of that nature.
Sure.
This is a 1450.
Yeah, exactly. Like that kind of thing.
And she smiles and she's like, well, actually, give me what would it be? Wisdom? Probably wisdom.
History.
Or hit intelligence, yeah.
I don't think it'd be intelligence. I think it's more of a. It's because it's not like he's looking up like a fact, right? Like he's trying to gauge it based on his like experience, like
Perception, maybe?
Perception.
And
I
doing it based on taste.
Perception, but if you'd allow me proficiency, given that I.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's do it.
The palate.
Yeah.
Yeah, because your perception is more than just seeing and hearing; it's also smelling and tasting. So, yeah. So you kind of sniff the bouquet and drink it a little bit and say something appropriate, and she's like, you have good taste. This is of one of my private collections. I am quite proud of this particular vintage.
It's quite stunning, honestly. I'm consider myself a little bit of a wine connoisseur, and I can certainly appreciate the quality here. I've been going around the city trying to sample as much of the local flavors and cuisine, and this is certainly up there for sure.
She's the one who does the tej.
Yeah, and I tried the local tej. It's very good.
He's like, yes, my ancestors perfected the recipe over many generations, and I'm proud to say that it is a very popular export from the port. It hasn't quite spread as far as, say, the Moonshays or the Sword Coast, but I hear that Kalimshan has been quite taken with it.
Well, whenever I do return to the Sword Coast, if I decide to go back there, I'll be sure to bring some back and share it with the locals there.
And she nods and she's like, yes, lovely. Well, as I say, your prize is in the locker to the left there. Feel free to collect it as you make your way out, unless there's anything else.
I'd sort of turn to Archie.
She sort of turns to her brother.
I go for the box or the
Yeah. Inside as Blackwind, well, Blackwind, you will find inside a total of 80 gold pieces, as well as some of like a package that has several vials of fine perfume.
Did you say there would be silk in there too?
No.
Oh.
For some
What
reason
about
I had,
magic items?
for some reason I had silk written down as well. Perfumes and silks. So I just had that wrong.
Well, divvy it up, of course, but I'm not interested in the perfumes. That's just lets your enemies know where you are.
Okay. Well, I will split that. Just distribute it. I gave the perfume to Blackwind because you're the one taking it out of the box. You're holding it right now. You could obviously give it to someone else if you'd like to.
Yeah.
But anyways, while you're
There you
collecting
go.
your winnings from the box.
All right. Yeah, so as Blackwind's doing that, Archie would just say, thank you again. We won't take up any more of your time. Once we are cleaned up and in proper attire, would it be possible to potentially secure a meeting with you in the future to potentially discuss other things?
And she kind of smiles, and you get the sense that she gives you kind of one of those what's the word,
Pretentious?
like
Like,
what's the word, not pandering, patronizing kind of smiles, and she's like, I'm not quite sure that any of your business would intersect with mine. If you have something to say it now. Otherwise, I am very busy.
Okay. I was earlier. Yesterday, when I was inquiring at the dye works, we came across a young man. Was he young?
Man.
A man.
Little guy.
We encountered a man by the name of Omala, who was very, very afraid and thought I was there to kill him.
She smiles and she's like, doesn't say anything yet though.
He was very, very what's the word I'm looking for? She would know. Huh?
Remorseful.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, he was very, very remorseful and begged us to talk to you on his behalf. He thought that it may be easier for us to secure a meeting than him. So he's probably right. He just wanted to reiterate how sorry he was for his mistake and beg for your leniency and in the matter.
And you would know that he said that he intended to pay off what it was owed, but it would take him some time, is what he told us.
Yeah, I'd add that. Exceptionally remorseful and beg for leniency and time to repay the debt for his horrible mistake.
And she kind of just patiently and like calmly looks at you while waiting for you to finish, kind of thing, and she smiles and she's like, and your business with this Omala, I am aware he currently, unless he can repay what he owes within 30 days, I have, yes, put out a sanction on him. Jessamine has approved this. So, I would require payment in full. Leniency, well, is bad for business. He owes a substantial sum. I'm not sure if he told you the amount.
He hinted it was significant. She's mentioned Jessamine. Have we heard that before?
That's one of the princes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Although, if given a little leniency, you may get the substantial amount instead of getting nothing if you just kill him.
And
also, you would have a permanent fixture at the dye works he would owe you for the rest of his life.
and she kind of chuckles slightly, and she's like, "Oh, I'm quite certain that I'm not really worried about a stake at the dye works. I do own it, in fact.
Oh, okay.
He has lost me a substantial sum of money, and I don't need a reputation for having leniency, particularly with this amount." She says, "No, I'm not interested."
Okay. Well,
that seems fair.
That's certainly your right. He just asked if we could mention it to you, and we've now done so. I thank you for your patience.
And she's like, "Yes, quite."
Well, I got.
Appreciate your time and this wonderful bread. I suppose that we should be on our way.
Archie's just gonna kind of like shrug to Aelin and make her way towards the door.
And
bowing, I guess, afterwards is respect, and then.
Yeah, and as you kind of start standing up and starting to make your way over, she kind of like looks up and she says, "Although," she kind of like looks at you all. "There is perhaps something you could do for me that would clear Omala's debt."
I don't have 1,000 gold.
She smiles and she says, "No, I'm aware of that." And she kind of looks up and down your clothing.
Oh, come on, I'm a beggar. I bought new shirts.
She's like, "No, I don't mean monetarily. A job. Are you interested in mercenary work? It would take you out of the city."
We are not opposed to that idea. We were planning to head down the river Soshenstar for a few days upcoming, but our schedule is pretty free otherwise currently. What do you have in mind?
She's like, "Well,
ma'am." As a no, Archie is trying to be as respectful with her words. Liz is not great, but she's used to talking with people above her, so she's trying to sort of treat her as a, high-ranking, like she treat like the dean of the academy sort of thing. That's how she sort of.
And she's like, "Well, there is. Well, before I say any more, I will let you know that I would, of course, go through the proper channels and procure the proper paperwork from Jessamine, but this would involve a legally sanctioned execution. Let me know if you are interested. I will clear Amala's debt in exchange for your services. If not, you can go. But if you will take this job, know that once you have the details, I will consider it binding.
What would the timeline be on this? If that's not too much information.
He's like, well, it is my understanding that Omala has just under 30 days.
Okay.
Is it a criminal? I'm assuming so.
She's like, will you take the job or not? I don't have all day.
Can we just discuss for a second?
She's like, yes, feel free, step out into the hall.
Thank you.
I usher the party out the door.
Before I leave, I'm gonna just speak up to Coyote and I ask, who else has access to this room besides yourself and Akini and the servant? He's still standing there, right?
He is. He's like, this is my private box. Just myself and a few select others that I allow.
Then I'd be careful for prying ears and eyes. Something was moving over there, and I would gesture towards where I saw the movement.
And she kind of smiles and she's like, oh, I'm aware. Thank you.
Alright, then I'll go into the hall.
Okay.
Oh man, you guys.
Yeah, she doesn't seem surprised at all. If anything, you saw her eyebrow twitch just slightly in like a little bit of surprise when you said that, but she doesn't give very much away.
Okay.
So you guys are out in the hall.
Wow, she's very fancy.
Yeah, a little intense.
I like your food.
Yeah.
Well, what do we think?
No, we're not killers. Killer? Are you guys killers?
I mean, I have killed before. I probably never really, as like a contract.
A planned thing. Yeah. Self-defense.
If they're a criminal, they should just arrest them. I think this.
Yeah, I wonder why they don't just run them through the gauntlet if it's...
Well, it's because we have to leave the city to find this person, I think.
That's true.
Do you not?
Right.
I mean, if we know more, but I don't think we're going to get more.
Job to know more. A retrieval, I think I'm comfortable with, but just a straight up murder. I mean, it's execution. It's not murder, but still.
Could be. Could be murder.
Unfortunately, if we don't follow through with anything, we will be on a list of some sort, or.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can't take the job and not do it.
Or the your little friend will be even shorter.
Do I have any idea if what Coyote's asking about the illegally sanctioned execution, like, does that seem on the level? Does that seem like in accordance with the law that we know of here?
Give me a... What would it be? I'm just trying to think, 'cause you guys have been here a few days. Obviously, we don't roleplay every conversation you have. You've been here long enough probably to get the lay of the land. Like, you understand the executioner's run and how that works. Maybe, would it be just a general... maybe it's an insight? Or would it be a knowledge thing? I don't know.
Insight was my first sort of instinct.
Insight is getting. You're kind of making
It's a value
educated
judgment.
guesses.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Give me an insight check.
Tower?
Either or, your choice.
Is Jesse the one who hires the mercenaries for the guard?
Yeah. So, Aelin, thinking about what she's asking, from your understanding, just through conversations you've overheard and kind of what you've witnessed thus far, and what you know of, so Quixote, you know, is essentially her domain, if you will, is like fruit, wine, ale, tej production, oils, perfumes, insect repellent, that kind of thing.
Luxury goods.
Luxury kind of, well, some luxury
Entertainment
goods.
goods.
Yeah. Jessamine, you haven't, from what you can tell, she doesn't really have any sort, at least you haven't overheard any sort of like mercantile, like, monopolies. Like every other person prince you've come across or talked to kind of has like a market that they corner, if you will. Jessamine, with a 17, yeah, it sounds like Jessamine must be kind of when she talks about like legally like sanctions, like she mentioned that Omala had a sanction put on him. It sounds to you like this is essentially, whether it costs money to Jessamine, but it sounds like Jessamine may have a monopoly on assassination, but legal assassination. Like you can pay her to legally go after somebody who's done something against you, kind of thing.
So I can infer that she has ties to the Itepka.
Maybe, but your understanding of the Itepka, and the 17 is pretty good. This doesn't sound like the type of thing, like the Itepka seems like more of a protecting the harmony of the city, not so much going after someone who owes you a debt. It's from what.
But he had the coin.
He had the coin, but that was more because he did something bad that caused chaos in the city, and he was given a warning because of that.
Consequences.
Yeah. The consequence of him owing money to Quixote because of this deal seems probably separate. The Itepka coin was probably like, don't do this again, we're warning you, you caused too much chaos in the city. Whereas the money he owes as a result of what he did is a separate issue. That he, currently it's kind of like, if you don't pay me, I have legal grounds to essentially have you killed. Harsh, perhaps, but that seems to be like something that goes on in this town. So, yeah, you don't know. So essentially what Quixote is asking you to do, to clear the debt, she's asking you to essentially assassinate someone. Legal or not, it's still assassination.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking specifically because that would make a difference to Aelin, at least.
Like whether it was legal or not?
If it was legal or not, yeah.
I don't like not knowing what this person is. This is politics.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
No, it's not. If they broke the law.
Or they just did something that displeased them.
Yeah, I
don't think displeasure is an amount in the law.
Yeah, it may be. I mean, you could imagine if you had a society where you could just purchase a sanction to kill somebody based on any perceived slight, it could probably get out of hand pretty quickly. There's probably rules or procedures, or it's ridiculously expensive, which means the only people that can afford sanctions are people like the merchant princes or other wealthy people. But you don't know the details of that without actually looking into it further.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot to go on to do somebody else's dirty work.
Yeah, and it was pretty obvious that Quixote is not going to divulge who the target is because she hasn't taken out the sanction yet until... So it's kind of like she wants to secure somebody to do it before she goes through the methods, which probably means, and this is all going off of your 17, Andre, probably means that it could be a target that could cause problems. You know what I mean? In like for maybe one of her rivals, or it's probably a political target of some sort,
Gotcha. Okay.
like a sensitive target.
Definitely not. Well, yeah.
And,
Most
like,
likely
we don't
not
follow
someone who
through.
just broke the law.
Yeah, because if
we
she
don't-
puts out a sanction on someone who broke the law or something like that, it'd probably be like above the board, everyone's okay. If you put out a sanction on someone that could cause problems, you're not going to do that without knowing you've got somebody in place to deal with it like right away, right?
Yeah. Who's expendable?
And yeah, it's just
Yeah. I
this
don't think
is-
we have enough details.
if we don't follow through on it,
Jonah is
now we're on the block because we know something.
Jonah's 100% against it.
So
Yeah.
if I knew it was a criminal and somebody, I would do it in a heartbeat. But
I
she-
would-
I'm just getting a feeling that she wants us to do something that she can dust her hands off of and say she wasn't involved.
I'm getting that feeling.
Oh, I'm like I didn't even roll, but that's what I'm getting just from the story.
Yeah, I'm not super comfortable with this. You know, if this was somebody that granted I wasn't there when you talked to, what was his name again?
Umala.
Omala.
Omala. But yeah.
Unfortunately, the easiest way to save your little friend would be to pay his debt for him. But I don't even know the
He's
insult.
My friend. He's a dude I met while I was looking to buy.
This right now seems
break
more
the law,
honor
too,
based
by the
as
way.
well.
Like I say, I think I'd be okay with a retrieval, but an assassination,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. For one, if it's a political target, it may just be above our heads, but I feel like she wouldn't have asked if it was the case.
No, I think we're all in agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
All right.
we're not.
That's great.
What? No, Baz.
All right. I open the door and say, we'll do it. No, I'm kidding.
So then the question becomes, who wants to tell her? She's scary.
Oh, I'll tell her. I don't mind.
Okay. Thanks.
I open the door.
She intimidates me greatly.
Step back in. And,
Quixote regards you coolly. She's like, "So, you've had a decision?"
Yes. With all due respect, we have to decline the offer. We're heading out into the jungle here in a day or so, and we're thinking that it might just be not necessarily the best move for our party at this time.
The timing would be off.
With such a small amount of information.
She's like, that's a pity. I would have owed you a favor. Very well. No harm, no foul. Well, other than Omala, of course. But you have 30 days. If you change your mind. Well, the offer stands for now.
Excellent.
Very well. Well, thank you again. Thanks for the wine. Great.
I just want to know my general outline of like she is generally shady, bad person almost. If I rolled good,
She is like it's almost like a blank slate.
she's like
Like
stone.
she's giving you nothing.
She's got the resting bitch face then.
Yeah,
She's messy.
very much so. Yes. Anyway, she kind of like almost like seems to forget that you're there as she kind of just like probably pulls out like a file or something and
Let's get out of here. She's got bad energy. She's got no energy, actually.
Yeah, we would.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we would leave.
Unless you want to hang out here and watch her read stuff.
No, we'll kick it out.
Makes me regret saying anything about whoever that was in her room.
What?
I said that makes me regret saying anything about whoever that was in her room.
There's someone in her room?
Something. Some movement in the corner.
If she wasn't alarmed by it.
Probably.
Did you, like... I guess I didn't know that you talked to them. Oh. So anyway, yeah. I'm sure everybody that's supposed to be in there is in there.
Well, and they wouldn't leave her alone with. She wouldn't be left alone with just random warriors.
The servant was there.
I'll die for you, master.
It's not like it would be a question of who did something.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty easy to find.
Yeah, the door opens, and the servant guy like steps out into the hall and closes it behind him, and he's just like, when he does that, he's kind of like lets out like a breath, like turns around to you, he's like, well, that went well. You conducted yourselves appropriately.
Good to know. She's intimidating.
And you can see like he's got like these like big like pit stains forming, and he's like, yeah, it can be. He's like, but no, you still, you have your prize, and well, several of the merchant princes know who you are. That's more than most can say in this city.
Pretty cool.
I'll lead you out now if and
How would we make
please.
an appointment with the who is it that we want to make appointment with? Is there a good way?
Now.
We go up to the one building, the
Golden Throne.
yeah,
Okay.
Golden Throne. Basically,
I wasn't sure.
you inquire about meetings with the merchant princes.
Yeah, okay. So then this guy he's just a peon anyway. So
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just
Yeah,
a
you're
servant.
not sure. I don't think it's 100% clear to you guys whether this guy works for Akane or Coyote. Akane obviously is in charge of the Coliseum and the games and everything, so probably rents the box out to Coyote. So he's probably not like directly her.
As he's leading us out, I would just like make small talk and ask him whether it's like, so do you work at the Coliseum or here, or do you serve one of the princes?
He he nods. He's like, I serve at the pleasure of Akane. I'm an organizer and head steward for VIPs. You know, make sure things run smoothly.
What's your name, sir?
seems like a low stress job.
And he bows. He's like, oh yes, of course. He's like, nice of you to ask. I am Robin Castbow.
It's nice to meet you, Robin.
I wanted you to say Hamun Cost.
I am Hamun Cost. Bum bum.
Hamun Kosson.
Man,
No,
I guess
that's who was in the
Junior.
room.
that's who's in the room. Oh my
God
goodness.
damn it. Always shifting
You
taps.
you guys are gonna be walking on eggshells the whole goddamn campaign, waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Leave us alone!
Jonah's egg hatches and Hamun pops out.
When after he
What
says,
a
I am reborn.
I just be like, well, you're doing, from my little experience, it seems like you're doing a fine job. Thank you for everything today.
He's like, yes, well, I do my best. And he kind of leads you down and kind of out like the side entrance that you guys came in before, so away from like the throngs of people and that kind of stuff. So you're not going out like the main gate.
Before we go, do you have any quests to?
Does he have an exclamation mark above his head?
No,
Do you have laundry you need done?
he's like, no, I am fine, thank you.
Our lost wives.
Can we escort you somewhere?
Oh, no escort quest.
Do you need a map of something?
What time is it?
It is probably like
Um,
2 o'clock or so in the afternoon. It's pretty early still.
before we depart from him, just like as we're sort of saying our goodbyes, Archie would just like under her breath, she would just be like, because he was in the room when she made the offer, right?
He was, yeah.
She would just sort of just be like, she'd be like, well, you were in the room when she made that offer. What is your take on those sorts of things? We're very new to town. We weren't really sure if that's like a normal
And
thing.
he kind of looks at you and he says, frankly, madam, I've made it my one of my talents to not be listening to what our VIPs say. So I have no opinion whatsoever.
That's how you have a long career in serving.
It's like, I might make the record of 3 months. No, just kidding. and he seems to obviously know what you're asking, but yeah, he's definitely quote unquote playing dumb.
Yeah, so I would just be like, fair enough. But as we are new to town, not to do with the conversation, this is one of the first times we've heard of the Prince of Jessamine. Would you be at liberty to just tell me general information about them? So I'm trying to like, play with his sort of not giving information, but sidestepping a little bit just to see what he could.
And
just tell me.
Make a persuasion check for me.
Cool, I'm real good at that.
Just like my acting skills.
Okay. He nods and he's like, well, yes, Jessamine is on the Golden Council, one of the 7 merchant princes. I can tell you what is common knowledge of her. As most in the city know, she made her fortune as a wilderness guide. She found some sort of great treasure out in the jungle, and well, that was the basis of her fortunes. Unlike some of the others, she does not come from money originally. Self-made, if you will. Most of the time, she is relatively neutral. Often, she only casts a vote on the council when it is deadlocked, and her vote will make a difference. Otherwise, most of the time, she abstains from the day-to-day runnings of the city. Her business dealings in the city are mostly around various plants and herbs. As well, she does offer sanctions within the city, legal writs that allow killing by ordained methods. And he kind of pauses. He's like, by that I mean typically a fast-acting poison or other such quick means. And of course, she provides not only the writ sanctioning such methods, but she can, on occasion, of course, for a fee, assign agents to do the task herself.
Are those agents that potentially do these tasks looked down upon in any way? Is it like is it like generally accepted practice?
And he's like, well, it is very uncommon for a sanction to be put out. Typically, only for it is expensive for one. At minimum, 250 gold pieces for a writ, but it can go for much greater amounts. Typically, as a result of the circumstances as well as the target. So, criminals are dealt with typically through the normal means. Executioners run fines and that kind of thing. But for, shall we say, and it's not, and he says, don't get me wrong, it's not always criminals. Sometimes, it doesn't have to be criminals, but like I said, it's very uncommon, and most people can't afford it. But yeah, it is what it is.
I see.
Jessamine is very secretive, and does not typically meet with, well, almost anyone.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Yeah, if you find you have any need of us, you could leave word at the Thundering Lizard if you ever need anything. Thank you, Robin.
He bows. He's like, and then with that, he bids you adieu and closes the door. Or he would, except there is a cry of alarm from down the hallway inside the building. A shriek of terror.
Does it
Like,
sound like any voice we know?
It sounds like like someone meeting a grisly end, followed by several large shrieks that sound like wild animals. And we will take a quick break here. As I go and grab some food, grab some drinks, use the bathroom, whatever you guys need to do. back to the thing. We're back. Are we back? Yes, we're back. Okay. Wait, am I muted? No, we're back. Welcome back. A scream of terror and horror as something down the hallway screeches.
Oh boy.
The man, Robin, as you've known him, his very fantasy-esque name, Robin. Robin kind of like gets a start and looks back down the hallway, and he's like, "That sounds like it came from the raptor pens."
Oh boy.
Oh God. We're all healed up, right?
Are we?
Yeah.
You are all healed up. You don't have your resources back like your second. Well, no, I think that would have been the short rest. If anything comes back on a short rest, you would have had it.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Let me give you. Yeah, I'll give you guys a short rest because it was at least an hour that you guys were like cleaning up and resting and talking with Quayote and all that. So you would have any things back.
And there was a shriek.
Yeah, there was a shriek. It sounded like a woman shrieking in like pain or / terror, and then like a screech of some sort of animal.
I would turn to Robin and just be like, "Should we? Do you want us to?"
And he kind of looks at you like, I mean, if you're willing, yes, follow me.
Yeah.
And he kind of,
Let's go. Lead the way.
and
We have to do the paperwork.
he rushes down through some twisting corridors. The party hot on their heels, unless anybody stays behind. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Nope.
And you burst out into a small room. You see a scene of devastation. It looks like there's about maybe 15 or so small and large pens. But it looks like, I mean, if you knew what a bomb was, it looks like a bomb went off. The whole room is like the cages are like blasted open. There is some sort of like bluish like substance that's kind of like splattered across the floor. It's like this bluish kind of like viscous, like almost looks like a slime. Not a lot of it, but just here and there, like these blotches. There is a what looks to be trampled woman face down in the muck. You're not sure if she's alive or dead, but there is like a large teared, clawed like mark in her back, like covered in blood. And you see beyond this room, there's also a few other bodies here and there. Dinosaurs of various shapes and sizes, including what looks like the mount she rode in the race, are kind of like slumped over. They seem to be like partially like impaled or burned. Some of them. Others seem to be like just like almost like desiccated. It looks like this is just at first glance as you come in the room, and then beyond that you can see that there's a large like wooden double door that's looks like it's been blasted open, revealing the arena beyond where you had your fight. And you can see there are several people out in the just beyond the door who are rapidly running away from. You can just kind of see them rushing across the arena, pursued by what looks to be several raptors, but they look a little funny, like they're kind of like limping along. And as you kind of rush into this room, Robin kind of stops and like gasps and looks around. He's like, what? And just kind of flabbergasted. And then, what do you guys do?
Can I run up to the woman and try and healing hands her?
Sure. Yeah. You rush forward, kneel down. When you do so, like when you rush over to her, as you kneel down, you can tell she is definitely dead. Like her back is like caved in, like stomped in, ribs broken, blood everywhere. There's no way you're gonna be able to save her.
Fair enough.
But as you rush forward, what do the rest of you guys do?
How far is the closest raptor? Like way down there?
Just outside the doors. Like they're not very far from where you are.
If I could, I'll try to trip one up with Ebola.
Sure. if you're going to do that, we're going to need to roll initiative.
Well, if it's chasing somebody, that's what I'm going to do. So.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Cool.
Let's see if I do.
I'm really into this fight.
Well, I'm just trying to help them as much as I can because these things seem to be.
Hey, I'm faster than Alan.
I like the fact that I'm like, oh, throw my bolas. I'm like, I gotta pull them out of my pocket.
Oh god, Raptors, wait. Hold on, I'm not ready yet. Don't.
Kind of pulling them out.
They get tangled, it's like when you pull like earbuds out of your pocket. You always got to do stuff to it.
Pull it out, but one of them swings around and hits me in the nuts. Oh shit! Drops me. Critical hit. Well,
give me 1 sec.
bolas can be very cool as long as you hit with them. I almost got them to work the first time I used them. Unfortunately, shield. Brrr.
Sorry, just bear with me 1 sec.
Oh god.
Sadly.
He's got to prepare a completely different map for the same arena.
You'd think that wasn't the case, but it's true.
He's got to bring up the Tyrannosaurus Rex that's wreaking havoc.
To be fair, it's not like we had access to the whole arena.
What kind of dinosaur is it? It's a Tyrannosaurus TPK.
It's the best I could do, sorry. But off in front of you is like the main arena, and then this is like the blasted open door that you guys are near the end. Probably it like kind of curves. The X's seem to be dead people, and as you move forward, wait, let me get out of drawing mode. There we go. This actually mostly makes sense. So, as Archie rushes forward to Healing Hands, you will actually go first in the round. Blackwind, you're getting ready to attack. This is why we have to roll initiative, because everything kind of happens at once. You notice something odd about the raptors that are just outside the door, kind of lumbering. Archie, you go first. So you rush forward, and the other corpse is just like at your feet, essentially, like just to your left, like in that square. I didn't put an X there. Why? Who knows? But that's where the like stomped lady is, and as you rush forward, and Black, when you're pulling your bowl out, this raptor here, kind of seems to be like chewing on like the arm of a like disemboweled person who's still kind of screaming in agony a little bit. It kind of turns towards you, and you see that most of its face on the one side is torn off and oozing some sort of like bluish liquid that's dripping down. Eyes milky white, and the way it kind of like lurches towards you, kind of a little bit unsteadily. This creature is definitely undead.
Yeah.
These are hardy dinosaurs. No, look at the survival.
You do react first as you go to crouch down. You see this turn towards you. Look at her. You can tell she dead. But you react first actually with a 22 initiative.
Do I recognize this effect this liquidy blue effect that seems to be on them and around?
You could attempt. You could attempt an Arcana.
Okay. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean,
Arcana.
some of the residue reminds you of like various like necromantic spells, like lots of times they kind of got that bluish purple kind of like feel to them, and these are zombies. But other than that, I mean, what exactly it could have caused it, or what that liquid that splattered around is, you'd have to take some time to actually think it over and investigate it more, which you do not have at this point.
Okay, well, I would yell out to the group that they're undead, and then I want to look for the source of the explosion. So I'm guessing I'm doing this probably the search action or something. I guess.
Yeah, if you take the search action or spend your turn with like an you'd make an investigation check. If you spend your turn doing that, you could.
Yeah, so I want to look for the source of like the center where it exploded. Mostly, I'm looking to make sure that there's nothing that's still a danger to us being here. Is sort of my goal, to find like the source and make sure it's not like still a threat.
Sure.
A little better.
Okay, 15. Yeah. So you kind of like spend your turn after you shout back and everything. You kind of look around. Luckily, you seem to be standing very close to, based on how things are like sprayed out. It looks like the source was either this woman or the square she was standing in.
Oh, okay.
Because everything else kind of sprays away from that point.
From that point.
Okay. And I would say with a 15, you can also tell that kind of like up in this area here, where some of the smaller pens are, is where the majority of this bluish goo is.
Okay.
And there are no dinosaur bodies in that pen.
Okay. And does it look like the blue spewed out from here as well? Is it like splashed in that direction?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's me.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point, Andre. Thank you. If it comes up, we'll do it after.
Wasn't sure since we're fighting zombies.
Yeah. Well, it's convenient initiative order. The one that turned and looked at you goes next. Sorry, I should ask, Liz, do you move at all, or do you stay in the square you're in?
I mean, this is, I guess, probably not. I probably stay here because I'm looking around at the source and at the stuff. My movement probably like was to get to her, sort of thing. So probably not. I'm investigating here.
Well, it kind of lumbers and moves like that. Doesn't seem to be very fast. It kind of just lumbers towards you. Now remember, these things are the size of like mastiffs, basically, like large dogs. But it kind of like lumbers towards you, kind of dragging in one of its claws. It's kind of like mangled. Looks like its left foot is like broken, like shattered bone, just kind of dragging and leaving like a trail of blood behind it. And it kind of lumbers over towards you and kind of croaks at you. Jonah actually goes next.
It's a zombie.
Zombie dino!
Zombisaur.
Do I know with my Arcana what the blue stuff is?
Give me an Arcana check.
Oh, come on! That was on an 18.
I mean, most of it's over near where like Archie is up in this area. So maybe it's just the distance or the fact that there's a zombie lumbering towards you. But yeah, you're not too sure.
Yeah, not too sure.
I would say with a 10 at the very bare minimum, because you're an artificer, I would say that the spray pattern that you're seeing could have been the result of like, it looks very similar to like an alchemist fire like explosion, the way it's spread out, but larger.
Okay.
And obviously nothing's on fire.
Is there? Well, I'm not going to investigate now. I'm going to deal with this raptor that is coming towards Archie, and using. I guess we won't use non-lethal against a undead.
They're dead. They're already dead, Jonah.
They're already dead.
They've already been lethaled.
They've already been lethal. I will take out my trusty wand that has a little flame at the end, and I will cast a fireball.
Woo!
All right. Oh, critical hit!
Crits.
Well, that's good.
Nice.
Yum.
Scorches it. It doesn't even respawn. It just like bursts like half into flames, and you see like pieces falling off of it, but it just kind of like sways a little.
Does it like look at me or anything?
It seems focused on the closest target, which is Archie.
I will try to hide behind Babs.
Okay.
That's the turn.
Number 3 continues like chomping on the corpse, but it kind of like lifts its head and kind of like slowly turns and looks, just kind of, and it looks like it's holding like a big chunk of meat, like blood dripping down. But it doesn't move. It just kind of stares in this general direction.
Oh, I should have done more. No.
Sorry? No? Number 2, who's also chewing at this one, turns and lumbers this direction as well. Kind of
She's
screeches.
just like bent down looking at stuff, and she looks
Blackwind, you...
Raptors.
Now remember, this all happens like very quickly, right? But Blackwind, you've got your bowl out.
Yeah. Fumbled with it. It was stuck in my belt. God damn it. Yeah, so I guess there's one fast approaching you.
Well, slow approaching.
Archie.
But...
Yeah. She seems to be kind of oblivious. Okay, whoop, I gotta move the map. All right, Bola javelin throw. Whoa, that was a 1 for a second.
Nice.
Okay, so Bola damage. Bola. Okay, 1d4.
The bola whips out, hits its legs, and just tears the leg right off. Like, it does crumple to the ground, but yeah, just the bola just kind of goes like right through it, and it just kind of flops to the ground, and it kind of shrieks, and you see like it kind of convulses a bit, and like this glob of bluish like goo comes up over its throat, like, and then it stops moving.
Those are definitely not as tough as I remember.
I was going to use that in the non-lethal fight.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh boy, those things are strong. Maybe I shouldn't have used a laser beam in between it. I'll use my second Hunter's Mark ability on another one of these guys. I will use it on the one approaching, I guess, just because I see him. And that is my turn, except for I don't have a combat tractor. Boom.
Another one kind of rounds the corner. This one's missing what looks to be his entire like lower abdomen. Just kind of like you can see like a spine barely holding it together as it kind of like toddles towards you. Baz.
I'm gonna. Thank you. I'm gonna run up, interpose myself between the raptors and Archie, being careful to step over the corpse. And I'm gonna try and bisect the raptor that just ran up.
Ignore the building that I just destroyed by accident. Carry on.
Evaporated by the bullets.
I'm gonna take a big old swing. I've got my shield on my back. I never donned it after whilst running towards this thing. And
so you're going in two-handed?
Two-handed. And yeah. Right.
Can't remember where that body was. Was it here? Sure.
Woof.
Nice. Heavy damage. You shear a piece off, and it kind of like spins slightly. You see that half of its like back half is like seems to be covered in this viscous blue liquid. Aelin.
Oh, are we fighting? Do I see any more raptors beyond these three in front of us? Like, did any continue running down the arena? Or...
No. You can only at least from this vantage point, out in the angle you can see, you don't see anything else. It looks like they've just left the pen.
Okay. 19, 15, 25.
Your feet splosh in the goo that was left behind from the zombie that was in that square.
Yep. And I'll attack with my war glove. Bonus action, unarmed strike.
Oh.
Bam!
Letting loose now.
Solid
Woo!
connection.
Oh, not max damage. Damn it. I thought it was 2 4s.
So close.
Slam your fists into the creature, and a wet kind of like smacking sound as you pulverize its internal organs. It doesn't seem to care.
What
Must be
internal
nice.
organs?
Back to the top. Archie.
Oh, it's me. All right, so I didn't see any immediate threats right here when I looked.
The raptors?
No, I meant from the remnants of the explosion. I was looking for anything like that looked immediately
Oh,
dangerous.
yeah,
like
no.
again, or okay. Okay. I'm going to go. Okay, I will target the one by my brother. And I'm just like, yay, spells! I have a -2 because it's in melee. And I'm going to send a firebolt at it. Why did that happen?
You're attacking yourself.
I am attacking myself. For some reason, my targets aren't
Good
showing
thing you
up
missed.
on that tracker. Sorry. Yeah, it's not showing me targeting anything on mine.
Oh.
That's why I usually just drop the dice right onto the target. That's the best way I found.
Yeah, it's just with my windows, I don't like having to drag onto the map because
That's true.
it's always like covered. And anyway, I will stay where I am. I'll move right here.
Okay. Oh, I didn't switch to music, but whatever.
This is just a very...
Well, the Russos are running into the arena now.
It's their ancestors.
Jonah.
They're trying to save them.
It's you.
For me. Even if I got another shot because they're in combat, they'd still get half cover, right?
Yeah.
Targeting anything in combat?
No point in moving.
You're not targeting.
So, showing me.
No, sorry, Liz. Liz was asking.
Yeah, it was weird. That was super weird.
-2. I will cast another firebolt.
Get him, Jonah!
This one not as much. Oh wait, it hit.
Jonah's so much
Good to
better than me.
Yeah, that'll do it. You burn its face off. It sizzles and smells slightly reminiscent of like burning popcorn as it pops and sizzles and collapses to the ground.
Get behind Blackman.
I love it.
You did. All right. Seemingly noticing for the first time the commotion, this one rushes over much more agilely than the rest, screeches, and as it opens its mouth, you can see that in its mouth is like leaking this kind of like bluish goo, and rushes all the way up to here. It can't attack though, but it looks like it ran, unlike the other ones. Zombie number 2 turns and bites at Aelin. Chomps into you. Does 4 points of damage to you. Can you give me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Oh no. Not bad.
Yeah, as it bites and just kind of nicks you slightly, and you can see that this bluish spittle that's in its mouth kind of splatters, but seems to hit it doesn't seem to leave any in the actual open wound.
Ugh.
Oops, no, it's not your turn, Blackwind. Well, it's going to be, but you see the body that they were chewing on here kind of like spasms a little bit and then sits up.
Crap.
And it kind of turns and kind of like its abdomen is all split open. It's got this you can see blue stuff in there, and it kind of like lurches to its feet and turns, and you can see, and it opens its mouth and just kind of is like, bleh, and this blue goo just goes out of its mouth. Blackwind, what do you do?
Oh, howdy ho. Well, yeah, we'll move up there, and I'll do my thing. What is that? The one with my hunter's mark, or has it been terminated? No, number 2. Which one is that?
That's the one by Aelin.
It's this one.
Okay, I will move up 5 feet more, so I'm actually in his range now, but that's okay. So glaive attack.
Yup.
Nailed it. Huzzah!
Pow.
13. Hold on one sec. Yeah. You slam into it. It for a second there, it kind of staggers like it's not going to go down, but then it collapses and ceases to move.
Yeah. Now, let's see. Who's after me? Probably Buzz, and then. Okay. Yeah, I will move my hunter's mark. This is that zombie person up there, so I'll move it up to that one, and then that's my turn. Oop,
Okay.
that's not. Yeah. Haha.
Baz, it's your turn.
I'm gonna
Ah, shit.
finish off this little fuck. Come on!
Oh! You slip on some of the viscous goo on the ground slightly. Miss completely.
Yeah, I'll move up to this one. Attack him twice. Oops, I didn't target him, but I don't think a 10 hits.
No.
Bonus action.
That will hit.
And then I'm going to move back here.
Okay. The other body that that other one was chewing on kind of like spasms a little bit, turns on its side and lifts its head up towards you.
There's more coming.
Archie.
Me. Alright, I'm just gonna sneak around here. Take a look at the first zombie that popped up. And I'm gonna pull out a rock from my pouch. And I'm gonna cast catapult at it. Ooh. So it's gonna streak towards him, leaving like flecks of golden sand behind it.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Glittery.
like sand push. Come on. Hit, please. Do that. Okay, that didn't work. Come on.
He makes a deck save, doesn't he?
Yeah, I can roll the save though.
Ah.
Yeah.
Why?
It kind of lurches, almost like it almost looks like pure luck as it kind of lurches and the thing goes right past its shoulder. Or does it do partial damage or no?
Nope. It's gonna keep flying past it for 90 feet until it hits something.
Okay, it'll fly about 90 feet and slowly move downwards and hit the ground.
It hits one of the people
One
trying
of the
to run
fleeing
away.
people.
Yeah.
No.
No.
All right, I'm gonna sneak back around the corner.
Coyote was somehow in the arena.
You killed her.
I'm going to. I'm gonna yell to Archie to run. Not there, and I'm gonna run up to this little X, and I'm gonna firebolt this X.
Oh, the body on the ground?
Body.
Sure. Yeah.
That one was still alive.
The AC is 5 to not miss the inanimate corpse on the ground. Oh my god.
Oh, no.
You spray fire like along beside the ground beside it.
Like,
Archie's just like,
he's running up and he slips and just shoots it into the ceiling.
Can't hit a corpse on the ground.
Jonah's really adamant about the
literally,
no-killing policy.
literally any other roll would have hit it.
Yeah, I would tell Archie to back up, and then I would back
I'm
up.
out of control.
Oh man.
How much was that? Like, we got one up there.
We're not the heroes you need. We're the heroes you deserve.
The creature slashes with its talons at Blackwind, hitting you 5 points of damage. It then quickly bites at you as well. This one deflects off of your armor. The creature kind of shrieks in kind of this weird like moan. Just kind of like Scree! Zombie 2, who stood up last turn, shambles 1, 2. See, he wouldn't have been able to make it to you if you're using the diagonal rule, but now he can.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have been able to make it to there either.
I
so.
know. Just saying. As it stumbles towards you, it reaches out with its hand, and you can see that it's pink, not pink hand. Pink hand. What am I saying? It as it reaches out with a hand towards you, like this just looks like some sort of like just general like worker. Kind of stumbles towards you, reaches out his hand, and you can see that the fingernails on his hand seem to have, unless he's really kept them in poor shape, they look like they've extended slightly, and they've got like this weird kind of like bluish like crusty growth underneath it that slashes towards you.
I don't like it.
Don't do that.
What's
Yep.
the point in having AC at all? Fucking everything hits me.
Slashes you.
Ow.
Blackwind.
Well,
That's fine.
shit, this one's still alive, but I can reach the one that's on you. I love reaching. I'll stab at it. I think that gets it, eh?
Oh yeah, that'll do. Wow, why does the zombie even have AC at all?
Oh, I didn't kill it though.
You did not. You slash it, and with like supernatural resilience, it kind of staggers back and just kind of snaps back up.
I like that that's Blackwind's basis. He either one-shots it or he's like, no, so that sucks.
Yeah,
Oh
that
my
must
God,
be
I
pretty
didn't kill it.
awful.
I only did 16 damage. Yeah, I don't have a bonus. I do have a bonus action, but I can't really do anything with it. So I'll stand my ground and
All right, Baz, make up for the display last turn.
God, please. Nope.
Wow, Baz! Something's
I think-
throwing you off.
Comfortable using a
I think
shield.
you've been drinking.
It may be the acrid stench of burning popcorn in your sensitive snout, but you can't seem to concentrate.
Maybe there was something weird with that wine.
How much did you have?
All right, I'm
And-
retaliating.
Oh, it was on an 18. I saw it.
What's happening with these dice?
Oh my god!
Cool. Love it.
This is and we die from the lowly zombies.
Oh god, I didn't expect this to be a TPK. The zombie
I'm gonna run away.
stands up and lumbers towards you, and as it does so, you can actually see its skin kind of like almost like decaying off of its body.
That's not good, right?
Man, I
Archie,
really wish we'd leveled up.
All right, I'm gonna move back,
It'll
like,
be a level 2 zombie.
and then I'm just gonna like shake my hands a bit. Just be like, "Come on, man!
The Ooga Booga.
Try and throw some golden fire at Zombie 2."
yep,
My God,
you got him. Yes, his AC is 9.
Wow.
oh my God! The golden fire goes through. It's like sunfire.
That's cocked.
Yeah, it literally didn't come up. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Scorches into him, but standing there, clothes flickering with fire. His face, it seems intent on Aelin.
You know when you see like sun flares on like the surface of the sun? That's what my firebolt is. It's like,
It's more like
Alright, I'm
a.
going to run up. I'm going to try it again. Targeting the corpse on the ground.
Yeah.
Taking extra care this time.
wait.
Focus,
Or what
Jonah.
about the one
Focus.
that's right
Aiming
here?
first.
Yeah, that corpse is fucked. The corpse bursts into flames. Its
the evidence. Oh.
its robes immediately catch fire and it starts burning.
I think there will be plenty of evidence.
That, that person was just playing dead. Shit.
Yeah.
They did a very good job.
The zombie raptor still standing, claws at Blackwind. Yeah, that'll hit. Does 3 points of damage to you, and then immediately bites you as well. Nope, can't hit with the bite. Opposite of the arena. Zombie 2, staggering.
Yeah, come on.
Swings clumsily with its claw. Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Of course! Slams into you for another 3 points of damage. Blackwind.
Oh my god.
Well,
This thing's still alive.
the dice are working pretty well for my zombies.
Well. I can move. I don't have to wait till it dies to move the hunter's mark, right? Not
Yes, you do.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, you can't
I'm
shift
pretty
it.
sure you do.
I was pretty sure it did. I just wasn't sure. But
Yeah, you
It
gotta.
was,
Yeah,
You're only
the-
allowed to move it if.
the way they word it is when the target drops, and then on
Yeah,
bonus action.
If you want to move a hunter's mark, you have to recast it.
Yeah.
If they're not down, you can recast it on a new target,
Ooh,
but to
this
bounce
guy's
it,
hard to hit. I went for the Velociraptor instead.
Velociraptor ducks under your glaive, screeching.
What can I do there? This is an action. Those are all actions. I don't get more bonus actions yet. So,
It's like we're level 1 or something.
yeah. Well, hopefully me getting that 3 will allow Baz to roll something.
Because there's a limited number of below 5 rolls you can have in a single combat.
Yeah, we're using up the pool.
The dice talk to
Well,
each
it's
Oh my god!
it wasn't below 5.
Oh, vey.
This is
All right,
that's three completely no.
Hey, there's the 6.
You did it! Bam!
Sorry, babe. So the zombie
Might.
Velociraptor has a higher AC than the zombie does.
It does, yeah.
Otherwise, you would have hit.
I think it was also a fast mover one too.
Does it go down?
Oh, fuck, yep. I didn't think it was going to, but yeah, you punch it and it kind of crumples backwards, falls to the ground, twitches once, and lays still.
I'm creeping up.
Gets
I'm
up,
creeping up.
and then
6
falls
and
back
7.
down.
Swings at Aelin. Of course hits.
Of course.
Because I can't roll less than a 15, apparently, against Aelin. Minimum damage at least, you take 2 points of damage.
Mhm. These people
And
better fucking appreciate this.
Archie, your brother's taking a bit of a
You
beating.
have to be here.
Leave my brother alone!
Catapult.
I got the hang of it. I've gotten the hang of it, guys.
Got the hang of what? Smash.
Scorches it lightly, singes
Big-
its shoulder.
Big bad 2 damage, baby.
Now we got a flaming undead raptor.
Nice.
There you go.
Oh,
Yoda's on fire.
the zombie's about to be on fire.
Ah.
other.
8 points of damage.
How's the body looking next to me? Is it
Uh,
still burning?
It is the roll. Yeah, it's still flickering with fire on it, burning away. It's not moving.
Step 5 feet away.
Okay. The Velociraptor attacks Blackwind. And of course hits with the claw, because every time he hits with the claw, apparently. Dealing 5 points of damage. Follows up with a bite. And misses.
Well, at least we're sticking to the
He's
pattern.
consistent.
He always gets me with that first one, though. I haven't figured that out yet.
You get hit, and then you like go, ugh, as he snaps at you every time.
Zombie 1 is still alive.
He is.
Or is that-
Well, no, he's dead, but he's still moving.
Aha!
Ah.
It's a
Little,
good go
That-
hit.
that-
little
that was
undead
never
humor for you.
Yeah. But
Oh,
that
you're
wasn't
killing
the
it.
one I had marked. So I will mark a new one. Mark
And the Funky
Mark.
Bunch.
to the Velociraptor. Die, you piece of unliving crap. Oh!
Oh!
That was a 17, you
I
son
know.
of a bitch.
This Velociraptor is bobbing and weaving.
I just keep hitting it inside the spaces. Like, oh, it's no flesh there. God damn it.
Baz, you got this.
That was a annoying, just
Yeah.
slow motion roll off of the.
Ow!
7 damage. Bonus action attack again.
You only have a +2,
Yeah.
Wait.
Strength is only +2.
but you get your strength and your proficiency.
Not on attacks.
Not
Not
for
on
damage.
attacks, not for
Not on
damage.
damage, yeah.
Not on damage.
But I was looking at it as an attack. That's why I was like, why is it only +2? My bad. My bad.
Level 1.
Woo! Aelin.
But do you have mark it as 2-hand? Because
Yeah.
you did.
That's why it's a yeah.
And one
That's why
handed.
50-10.
Critical condition. Second punch lands. Oh god. Not quite enough.
I mean, it would have gotten back up anyway. Let me
Yeah,
run this
the more-
fight. We all die.
Swings
damage you
at
do, the
Aelin.
harder.
No, your AC finally kicks in. apparently reeling from the 2 blows you just hit against it. It slashes back clumsily, and now you're in the rhythm.
A two-handed.
Okay, great.
Guess it's nobody's turn. No, it's Archie's turn, right?
Alright. What?
Combat tracker just broke? No, Archie, it's your turn.
I'm gonna hit the zombie again, or try to. Come on. Nope.
Can't do it.
Right. Get closer.
This is the longest combat to date.
The starting equipment.
That's a hit.
Yay.
5. Let's see if you succeed.
Killed it. I celebrate. Pass the turn. Too late.
Yeah, he failed the save by 1. It crumples with flames bursting across it, popping small sores that have broken out on its skin like zits. Falls down. Velociraptor zombie amazingly claws at Blackwind. And misses, which means the bite will critical hit. Guaranteed. That's how this fight works. Bites you. Well, no, but it hit you with a 22. For minimum damage, 3. Could you make me a Constitution saving throw, please? I finally hit with a bite.
Certainly. My rolls have gone to shit, but could have been better.
Seem okay though. Blackwind.
I seem okay. Now I'm zombie Blackwind.
Zombwind.
That's a lean. Oh, it's just enough to hit.
You got
We
him.
found the threshold.
Is it the end for Velociraptor Zombie 3? Is the fight over?
It is. It will be. Nope. It is.
8. Let's find out.
Maybe.
Yes, that's enough. The zombie crumples under the blow, leaving no moving targets. We'll drop out of initiative order. Well, I mean, Jonah was firing at a corpse that wasn't moving, so. But it could have.
I will
You never
go
know.
over and fire it again. Just to make sure.
As you catch your breath,
I hate this fucking place.
there is a cry from behind you, and about 6 well-armed guards rush into the room.
Oh, now you guys show up.
Robin shouts at them, and he's like, secure the rest of the arena. Make sure that nothing else is roaming about the halls. And they're like, yes, sir. And they kind of rush around. Robin kind of like holds his head. He's like, good. What was this? What are those things?
Looks like your undead problem has found a way inside.
Yeah, can I go and examine the blue liquid up close now?
Me too.
Sure, you have time to do such a thing now. Robin is just like, if you think you can get to the bottom of this, feel free to assist. I'm going to go. I'll be back in just a moment. I must inform Akane what's happened here. And he kind of rushes out of the room. It looks like he's about to vomit.
Have you tried tasting it yet?
Yeah, I would probably warn everybody not to touch it, even though it's kind of obvious. But,
Okay.
yeah. I take a proper closer look at this blue liquid instead of just.
Probably not this one.
Well, it was in this corner. There was a bunch of it splashed in this corner.
Operated.
Give me a I'm gonna say nature roll.
I'm doing the same.
Okay, you can assist or you can make your own roll, whichever you want to do.
I have nature as well. If it's nature, something that's natural, I will help. Or
I'm not proficient.
I'll help her.
Whoever wants it.
Or,
I'm not proficient either.
I am proficient. But
Looking at it, if I determine it were nature, I could probably ask you guys to take a closer look and then help you.
Assist Blackwind.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Sure.
proficient, but I have no intelligence bonus.
Better than 0. Which is
Mine's a
what I have.
+3, so
Mine's only +2 then, so I will help you.
okay. I will ask for your advice while I'm looking at it.
You pick out stuff. I'll tell you what it is.
Yeah, Archie, you're looking at it. You kind of like I imagine like have like a little tool or something. Like I don't know, like a little.
I have magnifying glasses and like little scrapers. And
Yeah,
my
so you probably like scrape a bit of it and look at it and determining it doesn't seem to be, at least not entirely, arcane in nature. You think this might be some sort of naturally occurring substance, but you can't identify it. Asking Blackwind, you lend your expertise in various herbs and things that you know about, and you determine that this kind of silvery blue paste, while you don't know the name of it, having not encountered it before, smelling it and stuff, it reminds you very much of, with a 19, I would say, Archie, you can determine this too, but Blackwind, it would remind you of, back in your tribe, back in in the Sword Coast, some of your people would raise like either large wolves or sometimes like large like warthogs and things for mounts. Your people would, and a lot of the times they would grind up various like fungi and mushrooms, and it smells very similar to this, although not exactly. So it might be some variation of. But this seems to be. But what it was used for was to enhance physical, like constitution and stamina. It basically, to put it in like real world terms, it's kind of like a performance enhancing like steroid, like topical steroid. So it's very.
Oh! Is that the? Could this maybe be the dancing monkey fruit? No, that's hallucinogen. I was thinking the drug, but
yeah, the dancing monkey fruit was more. Wouldn't be you from what you know about it. It seems to be more of some sort of hallucinogenic effect. Not.
What was the
Is
other
it bath salt?
The drug.
Like the root.
It's bath
that was
salts.
used for euphoria.
God damn it, bath salts are here.
Take out some of my alchemist supplies. I imagine there's some like beakers and scraper tongs, and I will take a sample.
I wouldn't mind, like if there's plenty, then maybe I can work it and
cork it.
Just be careful because from what I can understand,
I won't be working with it. I just need it.
Threw it onto these raptors, and then now they're undead. So we don't know if this substance is causing this, but it was splashed at the raptor cages, and they were undead.
I would say, actually, Blackwind, can you give me a survival roll?
I certainly can. I won't guarantee what happens, though. Survival, there it is. Hiya!
That's all right.
Okay. Blackwind, you kind of looking around. When Archie's like, "Oh, this was like splashed on the raptors," to you, it looks like, based on the way that they get sprayed and everything, it looks like more like it was kind of not deliberately splashed on the raptors. Like it just sprayed that direction when whatever exploded. So it may not have been intentional.
Right. I'm just saying it could be the causation of the undeadness of the raptors. I don't know.
Oh, I'm pretty sure because they were slobbering it, or the zombies were slobbering it, and it definitely.
That's what I mean, right? So I'm just saying, if you're going to.
I think it's a safe assumption.
Be very careful.
Blackwind, you got bit pretty bad by that rat.
Oh,
blue shit in his mouth. Are you feeling okay?
You bit
It more just shook me.
as I put my sword up to Blackwing. Like, you a zombie? Kidding.
Well,
Like Baz could hit Blackwing.
I'm not actually doing it.
Let Basket hit Blackwind. Savage, John.
Can I take a closer look at the if I have to like move the body? I want to investigate the
Well, the
area of explosion.
the body is on fire right now.
Your
I will
body
offer my
on
water skill.
fire.
Can I use my mage hand to like pat the fire down?
Yeah, sure. So, Joan, if you help with a little bit of water and you pat it down, you can put out the fire. It's not it's not like a raging inferno.
Are there any water barrels in here? You know,
Well,
usually
I'd
in like
rather not.
a pen.
No,
there would be-
anything that was
This
in
one-
this room has been like shattered from what looks like an explosion.
There seems to have been an explosion.
I want to put it out, and then I want to like search and investigate the area more intently now for the source of the explosion to see if there's any like bits remaining or what it could.
Sure.
If there's,
There's bits everywhere.
So you're investigating the. I'm assuming then you're investigating the corpse and the square the corpse is in for clues.
yes.
Give me an investigation check. Also, Blackwind,
Mhm.
you can give me a nature check as well when she like flips the corpse over to examine it further.
It's got a face hugger.
Damn it.
Nature. Neural.
Oh, good.
Yay.
But you're rolling better.
Okay. Yeah, you can't find anything. Most of what's left of her has been kind of like blowed up or stomped on or burned. So if there was evidence, you can't see anything of what might have caused it. I mean, there are some obvious things that you would pick out even without the roll. Number one is that she does have, although it's slightly scorched now, she does have a satchel that was kind of like around her shoulder. Other than that, she's not holding or wearing anything of note. Blackwind, however, looking at it, although burned, it was a little difficult. So, but 15 was the number I was looking for with the nature check. So good job. You can tell that this corpse, although she looks human, she's decidedly not. As far as you can tell, based on her mangled features, you notice that one of her eyes maybe rolled open when she rolled the corpse over. She has like snake-like eyes and a forked tongue. This is definitely a Yuan-Ti. Although she could, if she had a hood up and like kept her mouth closed and everything, she could pass as human.
Which is probably how she got in here.
So this would be what's called a Yuan-Ti pureblood, which are kind of some of the weakest and lowest forms of Yuan-Ti. They don't have the obvious snake-like features as like the full-on Yuan-Ti Malazons and stuff would, but so they often can be used as like infiltrators and spies.
Okay.
Well, that's your problem. That's not a human. That's not a normal person.
I mean, the entire party's like, neither are we. Nobody here is human. Just kidding.
So what's all this humanitarianism about?
All right.
Oh yeah.
Do we
So
know much about Yuan-Ti?
we know
I
that
think I
there's
rolled
a city
okay.
here.
Yeah,
I think I actually rolled.
yeah. What was the
pretty
context
okay
that came up in recently?
It was
I think it was the city or near where we had to go or something, wasn't it?
one of the areas. Of course, I didn't write down what I. Let me.
It's something to do with where we were gonna go, I believe. It was way off of that.
Do something. The thing we have is of Yuan-Ti make.
Oh, that's right.
The artifact of Yuan-Ti make. They are evil serpent folk, descendant of a progenitor race.
Oh, by the way, I looked up the name of that race, which you would have known with your roll. It's the Saruk.
Okay. Saruk.
Hey, my boss's last name is Saruk.
Oh shit! Be careful.
Yeah.
And we would know that they generally wouldn't be welcome.
No,
if
they are
the
evil.
Borderlands are.
They are kill on sight, basically.
Well, this one did it. So.
Foul ritual. You can conduct a foul ritual to become a Yuan-ti. And we learned it from the dude looking at our piece when he said it was a Yuan-ti make.
Clevin.
Yeah. Or
Uh,
no, the wise old man, I think. Inet's
grandfather.
Yeah.
I don't remember. It was one of the two.
Yeah, it was the Tembe. He said that his father used to use the scrying powers of Savras when he ran the temple to keep tabs on Yuan-ti movement.
Yuan-ti.
Look into it more.
Well, they seem to be suicide bombing, maybe? Like, it looks like this
or it
one
was an accident.
Yeah, it almost seems like an accident because we heard the scream, right? Like they it seems like from what I can understand, maybe whatever she had with this blue liquid exploded and then the raptors attacked her because she's got like big gashes on her back.
Maybe the raptors knew that she was not.
Looking at the body, can I tell if that the raptors killed her?
Or make a medicine check.
Her? It's not great, but it's okay.
Well, it's hard to determine exactly what killed her. You're pretty certain that she died from that giant wound in her back.
Yeah, not the explosion. I don't know what caused the explosion. I can't tell.
Yeah, I think. Well, we can't really figure that out.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah,
because
I mean, there's broken bits of like glass and like and that kind of stuff. Like I said to Jonah when he first saw it, it looked like an alchemist fire explosion. Like, so perhaps she had some sort of explosive material as well as this stuff, and it was an accident. But it's hard. It's very right now. It's kind of.
Well, let's just say blowing themselves up wasn't on purpose. But.
Can't tell.
Yeah,
but
likely it wasn't on purpose, especially leaving a body here. From what you know of the Yuan-ti, they wouldn't leave like a loose end of like, oops, this is a Yuan-ti, you know. Like they tend to like do their thing insidiously, not like call out that it's them.
Can I look in the satchel and see what's in that?
You sure can. Inside the satchel, you see a bone tube. Looks like a scroll tube. The satchel itself, you see, is emblazoned with some sort of like symbol or emblem on the clasp as you open it. You haven't seen this emblem before, but it doesn't look like any sort of like organization symbol. It looks like it's like the symbol of like an artisan. You know, it's like someone like.
Whoever made the satchel, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And inside as well, there is a small jade statue, which looks like a coiled serpent.
Does it?
There is also a small compartment inside the satchel, which contains what looks like a mortar and pestle, as well as 2 vials. One of the vials, Jonah, you'd probably instantly recognize it as just like a basic poison, like a run-of-the-mill poison. The other contains some of the silvery blue liquid, but in like a more solid state. Like it's not as like sludgy as the stuff that's sprayed everywhere. It looks like a more solid, but it's the same silvery blue color.
Okay.
While you're looking at this, guards come back into the room. 4 guards, flanking a man. He's kind of he seems to like sway a little bit when he walks. Like he's a little like uneven. He's kind of got like tan skin. He looks like maybe he's from like Kalimshan, like a Kalashite. So he's not Chalton, but he is definitely human. And he's kind of got his hair kind of like tied back. It goes down like about midway to his shoulders, kind of tied back behind his neck, and he's wearing just kind of it doesn't really look like a uniform, but it's kind of like it's almost like livery, like a house or something, but there's no like markings for like what he would belong to or whatever. But he kind of walks forward, and he kind of swaying unsteadily. He pulls like a flask out of his like chest pocket, takes a swig, and then he's like, "All right then, what's this all about?"
I will fill him in on our observations. What we saw when we entered, what we did, and that we were currently just investigating here to see if we could determine the cause of what happened.
And he kind of nods, and you can smell like alcohol in his breath. And he's like, kind of the entire time you're talking, that's what he's doing. And then he kind of like takes his flask out, takes another sip, and like offers it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know this
someone who
guy?
can heal?
Or is he just like the local kind of law guy, or is he just an official?
I don't know. You've never seen him before.
Okay. I ask him what or who he is. Just,
Introduce yourself.
yeah, like, are you the people responsible to investigate this, or you just the upper class guys? I can't even think of the word right now. I don't live in this world.
He's like, well, and he kind of like hiccups a little. He's like, the name's Ren. Friends call me Soggy.
It sounds like an official.
And he's like, I was around, and I'm good friends with the KNA, so I decided to lend my expertise. It's a good thing I did, because you've made a shit show of this crime scene, I'll tell you that much.
I'm like,
Yeah, well, next time we'll let the fucking zombie velociraptors kill a bunch of people first.
He's like, oh no, I'm eternally grateful for the assistance in the combat. I mean, afterwards, in fact, you probably shouldn't have moved the body like that. You probably contaminated evidence, but it's okay because I'm on the scene. And
yeah, but now we know what it is and what it's not. So
he's like, do you now? So tell me, this substance, you know what it is then? What is it then?
no, I know what the creature is. That's no human.
He's like, oh, really? Let's see here. And he kind of like walks over and leans down. He's like, yes, well, of course. And he stands up. He's like, and what did you think it was then?
Is he addressing Blackwind with the
His
question?
tense stare
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, he's looking like Blackwind. Blackwind has fainted.
He
I'm
was
talking
hit
like
hard.
forever.
Well,
I'm locked in this glass cage of emotion. I say it's definitely not, but it's let's look at the face. It's right there, written all over it.
All over it.
Yanti.
Yanti, of course, yes. The snake people, exactly. Good eye.
In what capacity does your alcohol burn at? Because you're lit up like Christmas.
And he takes his flask out and takes another swig of it. He's like, yeah. He's like, this is nothing. And he hands it to you. He's like, care for
I take
a
it.
nip? Sure.
That's better.
Well,
And he kind of points over at the satchel. He's like, what's this then?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. While you were talking with Blackwind, she was just gonna like stand up with the satchel, holding it. I guess he noticed it's not hers.
So, here's a good question: have you had an attack like this ever before? Like where these undead creatures get in like this, or with an explosion, because it looks like it happened where that creature is, or somewhere in that vicinity.
Yeah, you ask me, it's some sort of alchemy. That's what it looks like to me. Some sort of alchemy, some sort of mixture of volatile chemicals.
Have you encountered this chemical causing the undead before?
He's like, chemicals don't cause undead. Undead cause undead. And then he kind of points at the blue stuff. He's like, aha! A clue! He wanders over and kind of sticks his finger in it.
Yeah.
And he smells it. He's like, Wanderlust.
I'm just gonna put the satchel over my shoulder and hope he forgets about it.
What do you mean wanderlust?
Holding the satchel and he forgets about it.
He's like, Wanderlust. That's what this blue stuff is. Wanderlust.
Is it created by the undead, I guess?
It's like it has nothing to do with the undead. It's an illegal performance enhancing substance. Cheaters use it to pad the races and such. And
this is the side effect of it? I'm like,
he's like, no, man, this stuff causes the enhancements. The undead, nothing to do with this stuff.
So it mixes with something else.
What would have caused the raptors to become to be undead?
He's like, that is a good question.
Like, huh.
He's like, dark magic, I'd say. Yanti magic, maybe. Well,
do you know anybody involved in Wanderlust?
He's like, well, it's been mostly snuffed out. Akane really doesn't like cheaters in the games. Bad for business and all that. You know who you could ask? An old informant of mine lives out in Malar's Throat. Screaming Wind. It's a tabaxi lady. Lives up on the 2nd level. She'd know where to get Wanderlust if anybody does. She's been out of the game for a while, though.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
He said she's been out of the game for a while now. It's like,
Did you talk to her recently?
Like, no. I heard she fought off some of the terror folk the other day that attacked the. But that was a week or two back.
So she was. So the expert of Wanderlust fought off the terror folk.
Oh, well, there's only 2 of them. She wounded one and then they took off. Don't know what they were here for. You know, they come by once in a while.
There's got to be a good alchemist in the city somewhere that we can probably go to
While
at least get more information.
Is happening, I'm gonna just like slip my hand in and pull the vial of it out into my hand, out of the satchel, and just and then I'll walk up to him and I'll hand it to him and say, we found this vial on her. I'm assuming she was the cause of.
He looks at it, he's like, oh yeah, that's Wanderlust, all right, no question. Yeah, she was here rigging the races. Now this explosion, undead and such, you know, sometimes when things die, at least lately, sometimes they don't stay down. And he looks around, he points at some of the other, like, obvious, like, not undead, obvious dead corpses around, and they've got some of this blue stuff splattered on them. He's like, see, none of them got up. Did they? You didn't kill them all, did you?
No.
We just shot everything indiscriminately. No.
We shot what got back.
No.
I'll take out my wand and point at it.
Point at what?
The other bodies he was mentioning that we hadn't destroyed.
He's like, yeah. Sometimes, I don't know. I'm not much on the magic stuff, but I got my nose to the streets, you know, and I hear things. I wouldn't be surprised if the Yanti, I mean, they make trouble here and there, but they normally keep way out in the jungle.
They're not normally trying to get in the city or raid you guys then?
It's like, not for years.
Can
That's
I go and
something
take a
changed.
look at one of the bodies that did become a zombie and see if I can see anything on it that might have caused zombification versus just dying?
Sure. Yeah, you can make a medicine check. Medicine. Yeah, I would say. Well, Arcana or medicine or you could do either or both.
Whichever one you wish.
That's better.
Meanwhile, there's other guards that came here with Ren, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was. He came in with 4 guards. They're just kind of standing to the side, just kind of
I'd-
watching.
Approach one of the guards and say, "Is there anybody in this place that can do any healing, or do they all just take the day off after the fucking gladiator tournaments are done?"
And he says, yeah, we could probably find him. There's medics and such. They could patch you up."
Yeah, better than standing around.
It's like, true enough, I'll fetch someone for you. And he kind of walks off.
Appreciate it.
Help
So-
me, bastards.
where I ask him where he frequents most of the time if we ever require his to speak with him. Where
He's
would we
like-
find him?
He's like, yeah, you know what? I'll deputize y'all. You guys can look into this. I mean, you seem to be at the heart of it. And besides, you're big old champions, right? Everybody wants to be a champion.
Thankfully, nobody saw the last few rounds of that fight.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, you go see Screaming Wind. Should tell you where if there's any talk about wanderlust on the streets, maybe point you in the right direction. You do that for me. I'll clean up here. Keep this under wraps. You know, we don't want to cause any sort of panic in the town or anything. Make people feel like the games aren't safe. So you do that, and you come find me. I can either be found at the Thundering Lizard or the Kairas, depending on my mood fancies. My mood.
Well, it should be easy enough to find him eventually then.
He's like, oh yeah, I'm around. Ask any guard. They know me. Everyone knows me.
I would just mention to him that if he needs to get in touch with us, just to leave word at the Thundering Lizard.
He's like, oh yeah, I know where you're staying. Don't worry about that.
I rolled a 24 on the zombification body investigation. Go, Brad.
Real quick, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go lie down. I'm not feeling very good.
Okay, I can feel you.
Okay. Sorry, Brad. Feel better.
Yeah, I'm just trying to believe whether or not he's if he's actually laying it on thick, being extra drunk.
I mean,
Or
he's
not.
he's definitely actually drunk, but he seems pretty lucid. Like
So
he
he's
doesn't-
laying it on thicker.
he doesn't seem like he's confused. He doesn't seem like he's really missing much that's going on in the room.
So he's playing the fool a little bit, like he's just
Yeah, you get the sense that he may be a high functioning alcoholic.
so like every TV cop show ever.
Archie, while medically, oh yeah, the cameras are effed.
I fixed it.
Okay. Well, medically, you're not quite sure exactly what happened. You, in general, you know that. I mean, there are spells that can create undead spontaneously. Definitely, spells like create undead or animate dead, but they're typically localized and require like an actual caster. There are obviously powerful magic items that might be able to replicate those, things like wands or scrolls and that kind of stuff.
Or are these artifacts maybe are involved somehow? Like the one that we found, the Auntie one.
Don't know yet.
Okay.
I haven't looked at the stuff we found.
But as far as the undead go, it doesn't really fall into the purview of Arcana, other than like the spells that create that. Like necromancy spells do. The undead themselves and their capabilities are more of a religion thing.
I could.
If you have religion, you could make a roll there too if you wanted.
I do.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, so think about that. You're like, okay, yeah, this doesn't look like something that you could easily pull off with like magic, or at least not with the type of like it would have to be a pretty high level necromancer or something, and you doubt that person would accidentally blow themselves up, you know, if they're that powerful.
An
enough that they could
underling,
do that.
however.
Yeah, perhaps an underling scent could have. But as far as undead go, you have heard that, and you know that there are certain call them species, types of undead that can propagate their own species. Things like wights, shadows, vampires, wraiths. When they slay something, they can come back sometimes within less than a minute, as undead in their own right. So it's not 100% unusual to have like, zombies that kill people like rise again as zombies. These, I mean, you've never encountered undead dinosaurs before.
Mhm.
And what could cause undead dinosaurs to spontaneously arise? That you're not sure. But given the extent of your roles, putting pieces together here, the only thing you can kind of think that is changed recently, that you know of, is this so-called death curse. Perhaps it has something to do with that. It seems to
I
be
was
a
just thinking,
wide-ranging effect.
Like,
So perhaps it's having further. Maybe it's not just people who've been brought back from the dead. Maybe it's other
death
people.
is overriding.
Perhaps you're not sure, but like these,
Well,
they
for
look
the
like
undead.
relatively. Other than the fact that they were raptors, they look essentially. You would classify them as zombies, and you don't know of any zombies that can propagate their own species. Like wights can create zombies, but if those were wights,
But they
that
drain
would
the
have been
life.
much more dangerous than what you
I
fought.
mean, like, we didn't encounter a quote unquote higher level undead that could propagate. So these
Exactly.
two people and these raptors, they were living and they just became undead upon their death spontaneously.
That's what it looks like to you.
Or
Yes.
infection anyway. Because that one did bite me, and it tried to drool into the wound as it was biting, but I was too quick.
Well, we know zombies, I think. No, I don't know actually. What did I write? I only rolled a 15 on zombies, so I don't know
Yeah.
those specifics.
I mean, but typically, putting out all the pieces together without any specific information, that's your best guess as to what could have potentially caused this. Is some sort of pervasive. No, now it doesn't seem to have affected everything that died in here. Like this Yanti didn't spontaneously arise, and she was at ground zero, right?
Although it was blown to pieces pretty good. But this person that we were recommended to, she might be knowledgeable in alchemy ways, or
Right.
this stuff.
They
It
don't
might have more to it
direct.
than just
They don't
enhancements.
seem connected though, because other ones got sprayed with the blue and they didn't become undead.
Sometimes it infects, sometimes it doesn't. It's hard. Like,
Can I ask Ren if there's been any other incidents in the city where a normal person has died and come back as undead immediately
And
within moments?
he kind of thinks, he's like, I mean, sometimes the undead will attack the city, and sometimes there we burn the bodies to make sure, because that sometimes happens. One of the old ones comes in, stumbles in from deep in the jungle, starts killing people. That tends to get out of hand fast if you don't get a handle on it. But as far as like, say someone got hit by a barrel and died from a head injury and come back, nah, I haven't seen that.
Because that's what seems to have happened here.
The Walking Dead.
Odd.
He's like, huh. It's like, we got a mystery.
Yeah.
Speaking of burning these bodies, are you done with them?
I believe so, yes.
Any of the humans, none of them have like that markings on the wrist or anything like that we saw earlier, did we?
No, none of them.
There
is
burning the body.
Shortly after the guard comes back with a couple guys in tow, and one of them walks over and the guard points to you, Aelin, and he's like, "Yeah, that one there. He's got some injuries." And the woman kind of walks over. She's got the symbol of Sune around her neck and is wearing like white robes with like this red sash. She kind of walks over and she's like, may I? Pointing at your wound.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
And she casts
Harm.
Yeah.
Harm. Yeah, she casts
Product.
inflict wounds. She uses 2 cure wound spells, giving you about 12 hit points.
Was.
The other one approaches Blackwind, and
Yeah, I would
with your
direct on the
permission,
Blackwind as well.
she will also cast 2. You get back 13 hit points.
Woohoo!
So you're both still slightly wounded, but feeling a lot better. That's the extent of what they can do. Otherwise they're pretty tapped for today. She says, feel free. She says, if you need to clean up, feel free to stop by the Temple of Sune. We can definitely get you cleaned up here and ensure that no infection sets in. Those wounds are fairly nasty, and they look like they're not fully healed yet.
What time is the Temple of Sune available?
She's like,
Until?
we are always open, always.
Thank you.
And
I need a bath.
she's like, if you go to the public bathhouse, it's just down the hill, south of the fort.
South of the
fort.
fort.
Yeah, the
the.
Oh, Fort Nanzar. Okay, so it's over on this side of the city. Okay. Thank you.
And then they would feeling their job is sufficiently done, they would then depart.
Much appreciated.
That's the bathhouse. If you're looking at the big map.
That's what
It was grandfather guy from that one temple that told us about the Yanti, right?
Yeah.
Zatembe at Savra's temple.
Yeah, so we should probably eventually talk to him about the Yanti that we found here, I think, and maybe show him that liquid. He might have more information to share with us about that. Maybe.
Yeah, it's curious that a Yanti would want to cheat in the races. But...
Well, the question is also how many are in here, because it was obviously moving about with little...
Hard to tell.
Like, it was disguised, it could fit in, so...
Yeah. I don't know. It's a mystery.
We should go ask the Tabasco.
Yeah.
Look at everybody's faces.
And Robin returns shortly afterwards as well, and he's like, "Oh, you're still here. You've met Ren, I see."
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's like, great.
He deputized us.
Oh, wonderful. Well, it's more than necessary, but if you're willing to help out, that would be great. Getting to the bottom of this would be top priority for Akene.
I'm not even sure what that entails, deputization.
I would ask Ren, does he have anything for us to identify ourselves as being deputized within the city to help us in the investigation?
And he kind of laughs. He's like, nah. I work for myself. I'm not actually part of the guard.
It's a secret handshake.
Well, you work for Arcane, right?
No, I'm kind of a freelance.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Cool.
So it means nothing.
He's like, wow, I mean,
Wayne.
My name carries weight on these streets, so
sure.
At least here and there. You'd say Ren sent you, and that'll open doors for you.
All right.
Well, maybe we got
and Robin kind of nods. He's like, the man speaks truth. He's been very reliable in the past. Don't let appearances deceive you.
I know. I'm like, I've already kind of figured that out. He's letting people think what they want to think, carrying on what he's doing. Plus, he loves his booze.
Yeah, I can't.
When you've seen what I've seen.
I would just give the room a once more over just to see if there's anything I missed before we leave. Since I didn't really.
How did the Yanti get into the city?
I just want to get the feel of, just take a look around and see if there's anything else that sort of stands out as odd. Before we.
Like, there's no secret doors, or trap doors or anything. Like, how was it? You'd think that a Yanti would get spotted from.
But again, with a hood, they could pass as human. Their only defining features are their tongue and the eyes. So, right? All they have to do is squint, keep their mouth closed, and they could potentially make it through.
Yeah, I mean, I just mean after, like they must be moving about though, and I know what you're saying, but this is just, has this been going on for a while, or is this something new? Like, eventually something would happen or be found out. Maybe there's magical means as well. But I'm just speculating, is all.
Yeah. So I would just give the room a once over again before we conclude.
Yeah, I think we've pretty much got what we needed from here, besides infections.
All right. Well, Ren tells you. He says, don't don't forget about Screaming Wind. It's a little late in the day now, and it is a little late in the day. It's probably going on like 4:30 now. He's like, and you do have a dinner plans at 7 with Salida and Undril, FYI. Just to remind you. He's like, but I mean, sun don't go down for another couple hours, but wouldn't want to be caught out in Mailer's throat after dark. So I understand if you don't want to do it right away, but we'll get to the bottom of this. I'll look around here, see if I can find any more clues.
Yeah, we'll stay in touch. Or I'm sure we'll run into each other again at the Thundering Lizard, at least.
He gives you a kind of a little bit of like a salute, like.
Our chief just like salutes back.
Captain or Special Officer Doofus.
Doofy. Anyways, anything else you guys want to do here? Or are you gonna finally try to leave?
I would ask Robin if Akene could offer us any assistance in getting to the bottom of this.
He's like, assistance as in
enhanced.
Any information on why somebody would want to drug these particular raptors, or
he kind of thinks, he's like, that's a good point. Why these? And I wonder if it was these particular raptors, considering they just competed. Those are slicers.
Really? Have we spoken? Has anybody know where Slicer is right now?
It's like, and Ren's like, see this gnome, he knows what to look for. So that's a good point. Robin, you should look into that. Yeah, get Akene to do it. Well, don't get her to do it, but get her peoples to do it. Robin's like, I am her peoples, but yes, we'll do that. He's like, good point. Well, I'll look and see if I can locate Slicer. I'm sure he'll be very disappointed to see his... Perhaps someone...
Was there someone who lost a lot of money on Slicer?
He's like,
lots of people.
That's a good point. I'll check the books and see if there's if I can locate any potential leads there as well.
Well, you said Slicer was a winner. If his raptors were drugged, that may... If he was cheating.
Or it looks like somebody was framing him.
After the race, like after the event.
That's why I got bit so hard.
Exactly.
Trying to make you feel better, brother.
It was the same goddamn raptor. He's up for your blood.
Shitty.
Robin promises to look into all of those leads. He's like, I'll check in on Slicer. I'll check to see if anyone made bets on Slicer. See if we can pull anything together.
Yeah.
He's like, well.
Good catch.
Yeah, inspiration there, John, for the catching those slashers, raptors, or getting that information.
Yeah.
I didn't really think about making the correlation that these were his.
All right. Well, you find yourself outside of the Colosseum as it's about 5 o'clock or so. Now you have an appointment at 7 for dinner. It'd probably take you like 15 minutes to get to the Thundering Lizard. So technically, you do have some time. But do you go look for Poe? He's a ways off and outside the walls.
I don't.
It would probably
we
take
really
you a good hour to get back to Poe's place with the necklace, if you decide to give it to him, because remember Narissa offered you money for that gem too. Or do you go
We
to
can
Clevin and talk about the amulet?
How about we stop at the Thundering Lizard to drop our stuff off and go take a bath, then have dinner.
we can meet whoever we want late, like tomorrow or the next day. Because
I guess the question becomes, do we take tomorrow to talk to people and push our departure back a day?
was
No,
tomorrow for sure the day that
Or do we just wait on these things until we come back?
I think we should, since we're close to Maylor's throat, I think we should go talk to the Tabaxi. Scravenwood, right?
Screaming Wind.
Yeah.
Screaming Wind.
Yeah, no relation.
Ren would give you directions to Screaming Wind's home. I will mark it on your map.
I think time is of the essence.
I probably would have asked what time the public bathhouse was open until.
Midnight.
Okay.
If we have planned to leave tomorrow, I think we still should try to leave tomorrow. We can start the investigation, but we can continue later and get it going, and then we can come back to it.
Yeah, I'd like to take the night to look into these objects and stuff that we picked up before going and talking to the amulet or potentially giving the necklace away. I'd like to look at them a bit.
Sure.
Yeah. Are they special or unique?
So I assume you guys are walking like down the steps at least to like here anyways. Regardless of which way you're going, that's probably where you're going to go. Like while you're talking.
I can't walk and talk. It's my weakness.
Blackwood breaks his neck on the steps. The champion of the arena.
Take me out.
All right. So by the time you get to the bottom of the steps, you have a choice. Then the gate is right here. It would probably take you maybe 20 minutes, not even 15 minutes to get out there. Probably. Mailer's Throat's not a huge place, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple of hours until dinner, so we probably have the time to go and stop there if we want to.
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen?
I'm tapped, so.
I would definitely be. I'm down with going there. Yeah, we are close to that. We could probably try to get some information while we can here about this, but I would like to try to pull this off fast. So I wouldn't mind trying to, like, if we're going for food somewhere now with somebody, and bind my wounds with some first aid or something like that.
Yes.
As well.
Dinner's at 7, so we have a couple of hours until then.
So I think it would be in good interest of us all to take a short rest. Well, eventually when we can, or at least get our wounds cleaned up the rest of the way. The healing was nice though.
Yeah. I also, before I forget, let me give you
1,000,000 gold. This game is easy.
Archie.
Oh, the items.
Yeah. I'm gonna just call it like a Yanti satchel.
Sure.
Just to make it stand out.
Yeah. The scroll tube contains a spell scroll.
Woo! Explosion.
I assume you'd be curious enough, even while walking, to just take a quick look what's in there.
Just look it out. Take a look.
Go. Looking it over real quick, it is a scroll of Ice Knife. So this is a spell scroll of Ice Knife. It is, I don't know what classes is Ice Knife. Druid, Sorcerer, Wizard spell.
Yeah.
So that's what's in there. Is there anything else? Oh, the poison, the basic vial of poison.
Yeah, it's got poison. It had a small jade statue and a mortar pestle.
Yeah. Just gotta put this in here. Stop! Did I crash? Okay, there it is. Jade
What do you
serpent.
think, Galen? Roll an 18.
That was crash test.
I'm gonna say the mortar and pestle is damaged. It's not worth anything. You guys,
I think we can. I think we can look into Screaming Wind, but I mean, I don't know that this is something that's gonna go away in a day. So if we had to postpone it, it's
Well, we're right here. I'd say we can talk to them quickly.
just to clarify something, you said you gave the vial of Wanderlust to Ren, right?
I didn't want to have an illegal could be walking around with an illegal substance on us.
Yeah,
No, he does.
Besides, I will pull out my vial.
There you go.
Ta-da!
we don't know if like the weird slobbery stuff is the same as like pure
But
legit.
I think but it looked similar, right?
Yeah.
It was similar, but it was more like a concentrated, thick
it was thicker
version instead of being. But you could potentially ask Screaming Wind about the amount you collected, because that is we know the other stuff was pure. You could ask about that to see what their knowledge potentially on it might be.
Or, maybe we'll catch her red-handed. Maybe she's the culprit, and we'll solve it all in one day. Except for hopefully she doesn't fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
So sorry. I've distributed that stuff. What?
We would like to go to Screaming Winds, I think, because we're right here, we might be able to pump some information with a quick visit.
Yeah.
I think.
What are we trying to find exactly?
Well, basically, what this stuff is, maybe she knows more about it and can give us more
Why
information.
those raptors?
That too.
In this fight? Where does
She-
this stuff come from?
Or what would set it off? Maybe she knows what. Maybe something combined with it somehow.
We don't have
explodes.
many leads, but we do know this is one of them.
Oh yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just wanting to make sure that we know what we're asking
So
about.
I think those are the main points like that, and then if anything leads anywhere. Because like I say, we have to be somewhere, so this is going to be a long visit with them, I don't think.
So, okay, so like the basics are like, is it different than normal, the vial we have?
Or basically what we just went. Is it normal? Has it been mixed with something, or what could set it off to make it explode, or why those raptors?
Well, we know it's a performance-enhancing drug, so I mean that would be why the raptors were potentially targeted.
But why those? Like they were fighters, and that was after we fought them. It seems like that they were.
Why drug them? Why give them the performance enhancing after the fight?
Unless
Okay, I just because I did say it when you guys were investigating, but based on how you're talking, I'm not sure that you guys caught it. I did say that it doesn't look like those raptors were coated with it deliberately. That just happened to be where it sprayed.
Yeah.
Like
So
they were caught in the explosion.
Yeah, like now she was right in front of the raptor pen, so it's possible, but some of that blue stuff did spray in some of the other pens as well. Just the bulk of it went in that direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, it doesn't look like the raptors were dosed on purpose. It looks like when the explosion happened that blue stuff sprayed. So maybe she had it and was there for another purpose. But anyways, I just wanted to make sure
Less
that
about the raptors, just more about the blue stuff. Then
For some reason, slicers were the only ones that reanimated.
Mhm.
It
Yeah,
could also be that the
know.
raptors are the ones that caused it. Maybe they attacked her
Mhm.
because we know
Maybe
they're
they
fierce.
got out, attacked her, and then whatever she was doing exploded. Could be.
Wasn't
But,
yeah,
yeah.
but didn't the undead that we encountered in Malar's throat, didn't they also have like a blue glow to them?
Hmm.
One of them did, right?
They
Some
had
of
a
them.
purple glow.
Yeah, the undead in Mailer's throat. The way I had described it was that they had what looked to be like a very faint purplish like mist coming around their eye sockets. And the ghoul that Blackman decapitated in a blow, the ghoul had a blue triangle, like downward pointing triangle,
Yeah.
painted on his forehead, or
Yeah,
its
that's what I was
forehead.
thinking of blue. Okay.
All right, so you head towards Screaming Wind.
In hopes that we can get a couple answers.
I will also keep an eye out for the girl we helped last time.
Sure. Well, it doesn't take you long passing through the gate to Malar's throat.
As we pass through, I ask how long until they close the gate.
Right now, son of a bitch.
The guard who you recognize as oh no, you don't recognize this guy, or do you? I don't know if you ever met this guy. Maybe not. Whatever.
We met a few at the gate when we did like the fighting and stuff, but there was a general or
Yeah, you don't recognize these guys. They look to the sky and they say, looks like sundown's in maybe just under 2 hours. So I'll be back by then or you'll be locked out.
cool.
Well, we're planning on being back before then anyways, so otherwise we're going to miss our dinner.
Yeah, moving through, you don't encounter or see that little girl. You pass by the Temple of Timora, which has a brand new
Thicker door?
Well, it's got like wood beams like nailed over the hole in the door. But you don't see the girl as you pass by. And you make your way down to near the end of Mailer's throat. Just beyond that way, now that you're like past like the throng of the city, it's just like small huts built in. Everything quickly like becomes like overgrown, and the path like thins out and then kind of takes a turn to the right, and you can't see anything beyond that. So too much farther that way, and you will be like in the jungle essentially. But you see the last house on the left. You see a kind of a ramshackle hut set into the side of the ravine. There's a kind of wooden ladder that looks like it's like extended down to the street that allows access. And you can see that there's some like rugs and stuff hanging over the balcony, and there is a tabaxi woman in a rocking chair. It's hard to tell age on tabaxi exactly, but she doesn't look like old. So she's an adult tabaxi, but she doesn't look like old or decrepit at all. And she's kind of just wearing kind of like these green kind of stitched clothings with like patches on the knees and stuff. And she's sitting, and she seems to be oiling a longbow. And she doesn't take notice as you unless you call out to her. She's just sitting there rocking in her chair.
Baz, why don't you take the lead?
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
It's funny how you're still somehow the most charismatic character too. He is. We're all kind of like mid-ranged charisma, aren't we? Or lower?
The highest charisma character in the party is Archie.
Average.
Well, Archie and Baz actually are even at 12.
Oh,
So they're slightly above average, both of those two. Jonah and Aelin are exactly average, and Blackwind's a little under average.
Yeah, we're not bad.
Yeah. So she's up top, right?
Yeah, she's up on the up on the balcony,
Balcony.
in a chair. There's a ladder there that extends to the ground.
Is there a banjo playing? Ding 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 ding.
As we come up, I would just look up and be like, "Hello, ma'am.
Meow meow meow.
Are you Screaming Wind?"
She kind of looks down. She's like, "Ma'am."
I'm polite.
She's like, and she kind of like lets like a bit of a throaty growl, and she's like, yeah, I'm Screaming Wind. Who's asking?"
Hi. We have come on the behest of Ren. He thought you might have some information for us. We were wondering if you would be willing just to have a conversation.
She's like, "Ren, huh?"
Doggy.
Yeah, Soggy, yeah. She's like, she kind of like puts the bow down, and then kind of like vaults over the side of the balcony and lands on the ground next to you.
So limber.
Very
Hello.
impressive.
She stands
Hi,
up, kind of
Martin.
brushes some dirt off, and she extends a hand. And she's kind of like this, not quite white, kind of like a silvery gray fur with kind of like black spots.
Cool.
And she extends a hand. She's like, "Yeah, Archie, Screaming Wind.
Nice to meet you."
Ren sent you, huh?
Yeah.
Well, if he sent you all the way out here, must be. Let me guess. Someone got poisoned."
Well, not exactly.
Kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of. There was an incident at the Colosseum to do with Wanderlust, and he thought you did.
Wanderlust, huh?
Yeah, he thought you might have some information that may potentially help in the investigation into the cause of the commotion.
Like,
Explosion.
Wanderlust in the city, huh? Thought they rooted all that out long ago. It's a shame. It's a shame it is. Can't have fair competition. You know, I took the archery competition 3 years running about 10 years back.
That the bow you have is beautiful.
He's like,
I
"Oh,
see.
that's a piece of shit. Don't flatter me."
With your knowledge about
Shouldn't
Wanderlust,
lie, Araceli.
but would something react with it to cause an explosion? Possibly.
He's like, react with it. Yeah, could be.
I'll
There's
sort of explain the scene that we found.
And the Yanti.
He's like, Yanti in the city.
Yeah. There's more.
Wanderlust.
Wanderlust, Yanti, explosions, dead people. What have you gotten yourselves into?
And it seemed to infect other creatures.
Well, the
People and creatures, actually.
She's like, "Well, I'll tell you what I know. I know that some strange things have been crouching in on Malar's throat. And of course, all we got down here is a citizens brigade. They can't spare any of their fancy troops to help us out. So we got to make do."
I know. We were actually here not too long ago. We helped you out when the temple was attacked.
Well,
She kind of narrows her eyes a bit. She's like, that was you folks. Yeah, I heard about that. Well, good on ya. Sticking your neck out for those less fortunate. He's like, "Well, I'll tell you, between the undead and the terror folk and the beasties that come out of the bush, and don't get me started on the spiders. Ugh. Between all that, we have all the excitement we could want out here in the throat. Breeds tough people, but we could always use some outside assistance. And if Ren sent you, then that means at least you've got some competence behind you, or you wouldn't have bothered." Well, she kind of points off towards like the jungle. She's like, "In recent weeks, there's been some. You speak of Wanderlust. There's a grove out that way. Back in my younger days, I used to be run with a crew that would harvest, shall we say, some of the fungi in that grove, and mix it with a few things. Biggity bam, you got some wanderlust. Sold pretty good. A lot of the racers used it. Then Akane decided that she didn't want outside influences skewing the games, as if Ifan doesn't have plenty of that out in his dinosaur pens. Anyways, what I tell you though, the Grove, I mean, we abandoned it after they shut us down. A few of my mates, they went up to Executioner's Run, didn't make it. A couple others, well, they went off in the jungle. Anyways, you don't need to know my life story. But that Grove, you know, I've been hearing things. I've been seeing things at night, lights and strange things. I went out there once after the Terrafolk attacked, just to see if maybe they had a nest up there or something. Didn't see anything like that, but it's kind of overgrown and diseased. It looks like to me. So might be we have some sort of infestation. Could be cause of your undead. I don't know. You want to check that out? Be worth it, I think. And then she says, anything else you
Would you
found
be
at
able
the
to mark
scene?
it on a map? Like where to go?
I
Give us
would
general
show
direction.
the vial of blue stuff that I've found.
She looks at it. She's like,
And
yeah.
I would show it to her.
Like, yeah, that's Wanderlust, but that's gooey. It's like Wanderlust is usually like a thicker. It's almost like a chalky substance. It rubs right in. You got to mix it with some water to get it to rub in, but it dissolves pretty fast. This gooey stuff, yeah, this has been mixed with something.
Do you know how to maybe break it down to find out what it was mixed with, or?
She's like, oh, I imagine you need some sort of lab or something for that. I don't got the equipment.
Do you know anybody in the city who specializes in that?
It's like, yeah. Go to the Temple of Gond. They got alchemists there.
That'd be a good place, yeah, for sure.
Maybe someone could distill it. Maybe they could tell you what it was mixed with.
Okay, that's a good thoughts. And maybe they'll be able to say possibly what would make it so. If indeed it was what exploded, we're not certain what it was yet. But there definitely was an explosion at the source of the carrier or nearby it.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, hey, and just in case, if you do decide to look into this, if you head towards that grove, and yeah, she would give you a rough indication. It's like it's probably like a half day's travel, not even. She said you can probably get there like 4 or 5 hours, but it depends how overgrown it's gotten. But it wouldn't take you too far outside the city. But if you go there, there's a couple others that were looking into things, venturing types like yourselves. They went out that way, so they didn't come back. That was a couple days ago. So if you see them, maybe you can give them a hand. I expect they're probably dead, but it'd be nice to know for sure.
Do you know who led them out there, if anybody?
He's like, well, I mean, nobody led them. It was
like they didn't have a guide or whatever.
It's like, no, it's literally like 2 hours.
Okay. I wasn't sure if maybe they were guided or.
Like not the kind of thing you hire those fancy guides for. But she says that there was an elf, an elf and another tabaxi. Let's see, the elf was a woman. What was her name? Sally? Sela? Something like that. And then the tabaxi, a man named Ashenrock. Big orange, fluffy looking guy.
Big orange fluffy.
What can I say? He was fluffy. Kind of handsome, I guess.
Okay. Ruggedly handsome. Cool.
Yeah, if you like fluffy.
Okay, well, I don't think it was kind of like
terror folk.
Terror folk.
Are they usually all the same speed, or are sometimes some of them fast, some of them slow?
Terror folk? I mean, the bigger ones slow down, sure, but mostly they're just a giant pain in the ass. But They don't make too much trouble. They don't come near the city very often at all. I've only seen maybe a half dozen times in the last 10, 15 years I've been here. I would say, and they only come one or two at a time. It's kind of snatch and grab kind of stuff. They swoop in, they grab some stuff off a cart, they make some trouble, they fly out. They won't go inside the city walls, but they hit Malar's throat and Old City and stuff sometimes. Come on from down south.
They just raid random stuff, though. Eh? It's just a pain in the...
Yeah. If you travel down the Tariki River, I'd watch out for them. That's Terrafolk territory that direction.
Okay, that's good to know. That is very good to know. If we have any other questions, could we stop by?
So yeah, feel free. And she points at the satchel that you have, Archie.
Yeah,
she's like,
I was just gonna ask her if she recognized the artisan.
Yeah, she kind of points at it and she's like, "You've been shopping out in the throat, huh?"
Well, actually, I came across this on the Yanti woman.
Yeah.
I thought it might be an artisan. I was just about to ask if you recognized the mark.
So yeah. I know that unmistakable. It's shop just up the way, about halfway back up towards the temple on the left. It's called something.
That place.
It's literally called the Satchel Shop. That's the name of it. It's called the Satchel Shop. He says it is run by an old Abwale Kapaning. Abwale is his name. Yeah, he makes them decent quality. Sells different ones, little ones for your belt, strapped ones like that, backpacks and stuff. I don't know. He does okay. Maybe he'll remember this Yanti. She purchased it, would have got it from him.
All right, thank you.
It's like, yeah. And she's like, hey, you guys look like adventure types, looking into stuff like this. If something comes of this, you know what? If you can deal with that grove, put a stop to any wanderlust going in the city, it's just better all around for all of us. We don't want this a reputation that we're starting up business or something getting out here in the throat. It'll just lead to like raids and stuff and harassment of the people, make it harder for us to go in and out of the city. So if you're willing to do something about this and clean this whole thing up, I'd be grateful. In fact, you deal with this. I got a little bit of cash left over from my previous career. I'd be willing to give you a bit of a reward too. Just keep that under the table though.
Of course.
Would there be any Wanderlust trade still active in the city? You mentioned Ehan. Would he have use of Wanderlust?
Ifan? I don't think so. Not if Kanan got word of that would cause a big rift in the council, and I don't think he wants that kind of trouble. But he's been, let's just say, he's had some, a lot of his contacts and things out in the Anchorage are kind of. I don't think he pays the proper dues and kind of circumvents some of the rules, smuggling and such. I don't know if he's got his hand in Wanderlust, but I mean, he breeds dinosaurs. It's like, anyways, don't go spreading that around. You don't want to be accusing the merchant prince without solid proof.
Sure.
And even still, make sure you got backup.
What about?
And she kind of shrugs and says, "Plus, he's got deep pockets and he's got the Zentarum in them."
If anybody was Wanderlust in, would that potentially be something that the 12 might have their hands in? And I would sort of say that
she kind of hisses. Voice. She's like, "Where'd you hear that?"
We've just heard of them, that they smuggle. I thought
it's been uncovered in
together if things are making their way into the city, maybe. And I wish Archie would have said the name lower to make sure nothing overheard. Like she would have been careful.
Yeah,
about
she kind of says in a low whisper. She's like, "Yeah, I heard talk of this, of people calling themselves that. My first thought that they were working on behalf of the Jahaka Syndicate, but maybe outside influences could be the Zentarum. I don't know. I also heard a rumor that maybe the Flaming Fist had their hand in a few things. They've seemed a little shady, if you ask me. It's like the 12, yeah, they're. I don't know anything about them or who they are, but I've heard rumors, and the last people that came up asking about the 12, well, I never saw them again. So just watch where you throw around that name.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Maybe them in the Tepka. Maybe they're the same thing.
Well, I mean, from what we've encountered, the Atepka seem to be the one. They seem to
and
keep
Jonah likes
order
his
more so.
conspiracies.
And she's like, nah, trust me, the Tepka, they're not into that shady shit. They're protectors.
Yeah, they seem to be like they give warnings to people who do bad things, not.
All the more reason to have another side that does evil things.
It all makes sense now.
Cover up the evil deeds with good ones.
The Sith, the Jedi. Oh my god.
Well, with this brand new information, I don't know. Is there anything else you want to ask, Screaming Wind?
I think we've got what we mostly came here for.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
well, it is 10. And I would say, I know, the walk down there. By the time you walk back after talking with her, I assume there's might be a little bit more conversation here and there. There's not a huge amount of time left before sun goes down. I don't know if you guys want to hit the satchel shop now or come back another day, or if you want to head back to the inn.
I mean, if it seems like it's getting closer to when it's going to go down, I think we should save the satchel shop because
technically it'll probably be there. Probably. Maybe.
We want to make sure we make it back in and make it for dinner. So
I feel like Baz is gonna want to cook something.
Yeah.
Well, that and our resources are spent. So.
Yeah, I don't want to have a confrontation with a shop owner or something. I'd rather leave that still for a new.
Could I actually ask Screaming Wind to go to the satchel shop? She's a local. We don't really necessarily have time.
She kind of shrugs. She's like, you know what? Tell you, I'll do it. And she points to the satchel. She's like, you mind if I take that?
Yeah, I'll empty the contents of it into my bag and then I'll hand her.
Okay. She looks at it. She's like, yeah, this is a nice piece. Decent. Yeah. She's like, yeah, he'll probably remember this. He doesn't make a lot of this like this.
I would give her a rough description of the person who was holding it so she knows if there's any inconsistencies in the story.
She's like, yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll look into it. No problem.
Before I leave, I would be, since she mentioned that was nice, the satchel shop, do you just buy stuff directly or would you have to have something like that made?
Like commissioned?
He's like, oh, I think he does both.
Okay.
He'll have a general inventory of bags for sure, but I'm sure he'd make custom pieces or commissions if need be. He's pretty skilled at leatherworking. He hasn't. I mean, he has dreams, I've heard, of getting a stall in the Grand Souk, but who can afford those kind of rents?
Very well.
Okay.
Should we leave where she could get a message to us, or if she needs to?
Yeah, we'll let her know to leave word of the Thundering Lizard for us if she.
Pretty soon, everybody will know.
Yeah. She's like, all right. I'll look into it as soon as I can. Tell you what I found out. And
which it's also why I keep saying leave word at, not we're specifically staying at. So
well,
we
general.
can get back for messages
decent.
if we decide to go somewhere else or that sort of thing.
All right.
Yeah. Cool beans.
All right. Well,
we didn't even make it to rest yet.
Yeah, she makes you guys make your way back to the Thundering Lizard, and you will be in the midst of a long rest, which includes your dinner and sleep. So you guys will level to level 2. I actually expected it to be midway through the session, not at the end of the session, but whatever, it works out. Yeah, so you guys can go ahead and actually level up. We'll say that you've made it. You can do that at any time. I'll keep the thing open. But let's wrap up our session because it's 10. Mm-hmm. It's just after 10. Couple combats this session. Some new characters and some more mysteries and even more quests.
Yeah, no, it's just like, holy shit, these things are just falling out of the sky.
So quick, let's just round table and then I'll outro and we'll go. So Andre, anything Rose Thorn for the session?
Oh man, I hate going first.
Next time I'll start in reverse order.
No.
Yeah, I mean, Thorn was kind of the Raptors, but I mean, that was just the way that it rolled. Like, it sucked, but I got hit 4 times and that was it. You know, there's really nothing I could do about it, and it's not like it could have easily just gone the other way. So.
Yeah, it does always suck to go down like so fast in a fight, for sure.
Because you got the same AC as me, don't you?
14.
Yeah.
Just a little less than me.
But yeah, I mean, otherwise, like, I think the everything else was as usual. It was all very enjoyable, even the fight. I thought I didn't really know what to expect with Coyote, and that was kind of an interesting development. I have no idea what was going on with the person that was there that she knew about or didn't care about. Very intriguing.
By the way, that was based on when you in the tower. Your perception check was very good. I didn't expect anybody to notice that, but you did. So good job.
Yeah, I don't even know what it was though.
Yeah,
but they didn't seem concerned with it.
Saw a shimmer.
Yeah. Well, it was hard to say. Coyote seemed she was either surprised that there was something there, or surprised that I noticed.
Yeah. She might be really good at lying too. Just
true.
We have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Overall, I did enjoy all of it. I thought the return back to the arena was fun, and sort of the investigation with the whatever's causing this explosion and the undead. So all very cool.
Cool, Liz.
Yeah. I mean, the fights are still frustrating because I can't hit a damn thing. And that's Archie is starting to get a complex. She is starting to feel like when it comes to combat situations, she's starting to realize that at least right now she's been very, very useless. So she's my Rose was definitely sort of the mystery investigation part because that plays to her strengths. She can actually help, and she feels a little helpful in that sort of. She's kind of like, I'm not the fighter, I'm the investigator right now. So I really liked that section, being able to play to her strength, her intellectual strengths. I thought that was because she's not insightful, she's not perceptive. That's sort of what she does. So I really,
give me a chance to look into and think about something, and I'll. Yeah.
Exactly. I really like that. I think my thorn was just not getting to the rest yet.
Yeah.
It's getting bombed by quests.
I will say I wish we had a little bit of a clear, immediate path. A little bit. Like, I like having a lot of options and a lot of that. My problem comes in, I don't understand the power level of them, so it's hard to sort of wrap my head around what we should really look into immediately versus everything. Like, I like having all of the fingers out to places. I just wish there was a little bit of a way to sort of discern. this Grove one seems like potential because it's close. So if we have to run, we can get the fuck back here.
Yeah, because remember my meta thing that I told you guys at the beginning is typically
Closer.
the farther you get from Port Nyanzaru, the more dangerous it gets. So
Right.
Yeah.
if you're not going super far, you can probably
The Cove seems like an appropriate place to go to. And
yeah.
Yeah,
we
which
wouldn't
is,
need it.
up until now, it was kind of like I don't know if 3 days is a long way or if that's the short distance.
that's a way.
I have no basis of
Yeah.
like
I-
length yet, so using that as is a little bit tough. But knowing that the Grove is only half a day, well, that one seems so it gives me a little bit of a
Yeah.
basis.
Cool. John, what about you?
I really like the combat. I enjoy when combat's challenging. So the fact that we all almost TPK, but not, was
It's
also
very
sort of fun because there wasn't as much, I didn't have to really worry about people have to reroll characters. But the fact that it came down to the last hit.
Yeah. I was sitting there going, oh, I wonder if they're going to lose this. It was definitely a possibility. And
close.
because it was non-lethal, I wasn't worried about like a TPK.
Yeah.
But I was like,
that kind of also makes it fun in that regard because you don't have to worry about.
well, that's also why I did ramp the difficulty. I knew that fight was going to be hard. Like Raptors with 5 opponents with multi-attack against 5 characters with a single attack, even with your buffed hit points, that's action economy right there.
And pack tactics.
And pack tactics. I mean, I could have been a real dick and had 4-on-1 constantly and really destroyed you guys, but I didn't. Okay, Ryan, what about you? Rose Thorns?
Nothing really. I mean, I guess at the end it was like, yeah, we got, off track. Well, not off track, but we got quest bombed, so we never made it to arrest yet. But it's hard to keep track of what is what now, so I'm having a hard time keeping and I'm trying to keep notes and stuff, but it's all very. Some stuff seems like I'm connecting. I think I might be connecting too much stuff.
Yeah,
sometimes.
It's true.
But that's mostly with me though. It's not really on the campaign. I just have a very bad habit of not keeping good notes or things in order. Chaos is my order. So, and I mean, it was still a good session though. There was the danger of losing that fight, although I took the precaution of using the inspiration. So,
yeah.
So yeah, we made it. In a way, I know what Liz was talking about, but at the same time, I was thinking, closer it is, the safer it is, because then we don't have to travel 2 days back in danger.
Yeah.
So this is half a day. We should be able to make it there and back, hopefully, without encountering a wandering patrol of flaming fisters or whatnot, right? So.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, I mean, this might be a good thing for us to quickly bolt into. 3 days away is a long way.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. Well, for myself, my Rose, I enjoyed, and I'm happy you guys finally got to meet Ren, because I like him as a character. So I'm glad you got to meet him. I do Screaming Wind. She's okay. She's not my favorite character, but she's okay. And then I was super pumped about the you guys meeting Coyote. So the scene went off pretty well, and from my perspective, I feel like it went the way I wanted it to go, which is not always a good thing as a DM because I don't want to railroad you guys, but it did. You guys responded how I was hoping you would respond in general, so that was
we're
good.
All very. None of us know how to react to the uppityness.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know how it would go because compared to last campaign, right? You guys were all like, "Yeah, kings, queens, demon lords, whatever. We're the people to talk to." Like, no, do you know who you're talking to? But
we had super charisma.
But in this campaign, I'm like, oh, please don't go in there like super cocky and like, oh, we're important people, because you're not. Yeah, you won the tournament. Good, but
I think that fight helped though, because if we had done really well in that fight, we might have gone in there being pretty cocky. But I know at least for Aelin, he was Like,
It was
there's a
more-
reason he wasn't speaking much at all.
You got
He got,
Okay.
his, he got his shit handed to him.
yeah.
like
and
and Archie is to an extent used to dealing with people above her, so she kind of at least knows not to be. She knows to be more like subservient toward like, and that's why I explained it as she approached it in her approach to it. It was like she like talking to the dean of the school sort of thing. Like that's her basis of comparison.
Yeah. Thorns for me, I don't know. Honestly, nothing really bugged me about this session at all. Nothing really stood out as a thorn to me. But I'll probably think of some. I always do.
It's funny how
Yeah.
the second encounter almost took us out.
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
Poor
Yeah,
Dice
I
Rolling.
thought you'd be okay because of I knew that one was potentially as hard as the arena fight, potentially, but
They
the
did
fact
have
that they were
two.
slow and they kind of approached in waves, like
Yeah.
you usually didn't have more than like two on you at once. That
Yeah,
I don't
they
think it was too bad, but I think if you guys had run in more and like maybe got surrounded or got like, remember how Baz did in the first come against the Undead? He kind of like ran in and got like two or three of them on him. That went really poorly for him and he went down, right?
They didn't have pack tactics.
I was rolling like
Exactly.
crazy good against Aelin though. Like, every attack, I have a +2 to friggin' hit or whatever it was, and I kept rolling like 16s and 17s. I was like, well, I guess Aelin's gonna die. I don't know what to say. But,
Okay.
yeah.
Obviously,
But-
nobody went down, and technically only two
Yeah.
of you got hurt. Like we did okay in the second fight,
I
even
got-
though
Yeah, the second
Yeah.
fight.
And actually, nobody. Well, the thing I was worried most about was not so much Aelin like dying, but him going. If he had gone down, and then potentially he could have got injured, and it might have thrown a bit of a wrench in your guys' upcoming plans if you had to recover from that or anything like that. So I was like, "Urgh." But you didn't, so it's fine. Anyways, we'll wrap up the session. We'll end here. So thank you so much for watching Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation. This was episode 6. We live stream our game Sunday nights at 4 p.m. here on Twitch Pacific Time. You can catch up weekly sessions posted up on YouTube, youtube.com/pinwarp. If you enjoyed spending time or watching this, consider giving the channel a follow and turn on your notifications to see when we go live and you won't miss an episode. Thanks again, and thank you to all my players. And until next time, have a great night.